Hello friends! Today we are gonna create a full-stack blog application using the latest versions of React and Express. You'll learn how to build responsive and optimized components using React 19 and create a backend API using the new Express 5. Let's take a look at our application. This is the home page. We'll fetch all this data from the database. And I will show you how to use infinite scrolling. When I scroll down, it's gonna fetch more data until it loads all the posts. After that, we'll go ahead and fetch data using queries. I can filter my items. I can search for any post, change the category, and filter user posts. Let's open a single post. We have all the post and user information and the comments. We can delete our comments and add a new one. When we do that, we are gonna use optimistic state. This means as soon as I click the send button, we'll be able to see our comment immediately. And after storing the comment in the database, it's gonna update the state. We'll do exactly the same thing here. We can save the post and delete. We'll also have the user roles. So if we log in as an admin, we'll be able to delete every post and every comment. And also we can feature the posts. Let me also show you how to add a new post. We can upload a cover picture, add a title, category, and description. And here we have a text editor that we can change the style, add a link or list. We can also upload an image and video. During this tutorial, you'll learn tons of different features like React Router DOM, data fetching and mutations, image optimization, Express 5 error handling without using try-catch blocks, webhooks, and more. And after building our application, we'll deploy it using Hostinger. It's the hosting sponsor of the channel, and there is good news for developers because Black Friday is approaching, bringing the biggest discount of the year on all hosting and server plans. For our application, we'll be using VPS hosting, and you'll see how easy it is to deploy full-stack applications without writing any configuration. And these servers provide generous RAM, space, and bandwidth, so you can deploy all your applications on a single server. Let's choose the most popular plan, and don't forget, if you use the link in the description and add the coupon code Lama Dev, you'll get an extra discount. After purchasing, you are ready to set up your server. Choose a location, and here you can select any control panel. I prefer using Cloud Panel because it's lightweight and easy to use. You can install a scanner for free. Let's add the panel password and the server password and finish the setup. It's gonna take a while, and after that, it will be ready to deploy your application. So if you are ready, let's build our app and deploy it here. Okay, I created a new folder, and inside this folder, let's build our React application. To do that, we'll be using Vite. Of course, you can do this from scratch, but I recommend you use my GitHub repository, because in this tutorial, we'll be using the latest version of React, and it's not stable yet. So if you try, it's gonna install the latest stable version, which is React 18. So you will have to upgrade it manually. And also there will be many unnecessary files and codes that you will have to remove. But if you use this starter branch, you will have exactly the same React version, so you will not encounter any unexpected errors. In the source folder, as you can see, it's an empty project, so we'll create everything from scratch. And in the public folder, we have all the images we are going to be using during this tutorial. And at the end of this video, I'll add here the completed version of the project, and it will be open source. You can use it anywhere you want, so I would appreciate if you could give a star for this project, so I can create more open source applications just like this one. Okay, let's come back. You can directly clone this project, but I recommend you fork this branch because it will be a long tutorial, and if you fork this project, it's gonna create your own repository. As you can see, this is my test account. I'm gonna create fork, and it's gonna create your own repository. In this case, when you make some changes on your code, you can push your changes and it will be easier to keep track of your progress. Right now, you can come here, copy your link. Of course, I'm gonna be using my main account. And I will clone this project. Git clone. I'm gonna paste my URL. And I'm gonna clone this project in this folder. So I will say dot and enter. Okay, our folders and files are here. Let's install our dependencies. I'll say npm install. And as you can see, our libraries are here. Okay, let's start our application. I'll say npm run dev. And our application runs on this port number. Let's open up. And it's ready. Right now, I'm gonna open up the example. It was on this port number, I think. And it's here. Okay, we can get started. Firstly, I'm gonna change my background color. As you can see, we are using this purple color. So inside the source folder, I'm gonna open up index.css and write my first style. I'll say body, and I'm gonna give my background color here. Of course, we are gonna be using Tailwind CSS, but for the general style like background color, font family, we are gonna be using this body tag. I'll say with 100 VW, and I'm gonna prevent overflowing, just like that. And I'm gonna change my font family. And it's gonna be Montserrat. As you can see, it's much better right now. And now we can take care of the layout. I'm gonna come here, and as you can see, there's a space here. If I open my console and shrink the page, as you can see, for each screen size, we are gonna have different space here. At the beginning, it's gonna be small. Medium screen is gonna be bigger, bigger, and the biggest. So let's create our layout. And inside the class name, I'm gonna give my first padding. On the x-axis, we are gonna have padding 4, which is 16 pixels. Just like that. I'm gonna open my console, shrink this page. Okay. And if I make this screen bigger, I'm gonna give more padding. So I'll say if it's more than MD screen, px will be 8. So if the screen width is more than 768 pixels, the padding will be 32 pixels. Let's make this bigger, and as you can see, we have more space. Let's do for the others. If it's the LG screen, it's gonna be 16 x large and 2 x large. I'm gonna save. And perfect. Right now we can create our Navbar. Here we are gonna have the logo and some links. To do that, we can create our component here. Firstly, I'm gonna create a new folder. Let's say components. And inside, I'm gonna create my first component, which is Navbar. I will create my component with the class name. If you don't know how I'm using this shortcut, you can visit my GitHub repository again and find the snippets repository. And if you check this JSON file, you can see all my shortcuts. For this tutorial, we are going to be using this component shortcut. And if you open your snippets, find the JSX file, and just copy this code and paste here. You will have all the shortcuts. Okay. Before creating our navbar, I'm gonna open my app.js and write here what we are gonna need. Firstly, we are gonna need the navbar. After that, we'll have these breadcrumbs. And after that, we'll have this introduction section, which has this title, description, and this button. And we will have here the featured posts here. And finally, we will have the post list. I'm not going to create a footer because in our application, we are going to be using infinite scroll. So at the end of the page, we are going to load other posts. In this case, the footer is not that important. I'm going to delete the others. And let's call our navbar here. Okay. And inside the navbar, we are going to have two sections, the logo and our links. But there is something important here. At the beginning, as you can see, we have just the logo and this button here. It's too small. We can increase the size. And if I click here, as you can see, it opens our menu with this animation. And if the screen is bigger, we are going to see our links here. So I'm going to write my sections here. The first one will be logo. And here is going to be mobile menu. And for the bigger screens, we are going to have desktop menu. Let's create here a div. Later, when we install React Router DOM, we are going to be using a link here. But for now, it can stay like that. Firstly, I'm going to add my image. Let's open the public folder. And as you can see, our logo is here. Let's use it. Logo.png. I'm going to give a size. Width and height will be 8. And after that, I'm going to write my title. Llama log. Let's create here a div, mobile menu, and desktop menu. Okay. At the beginning, it's going to be invisible. Let's close here, by the way, and this menu. And I'll say at the beginning, it's going to be hidden. And if it's bigger than empty screen, it's not going to be hidden anymore. It's going to be flexbox. And here is going to be the opposite. At the beginning, it's going to be visible. And if it's empty, it's going to be hidden. Okay. Let's separate our items. Logo will be here, and the menu will be here. Firstly, I'll say width full. I'm going to give a height. And if it's empty, height will be a little bit bigger. And let's separate our items. I'll say item center. So it's going to center them vertically. They are centered. And I'm going to separate them using justify space between. Just like that. Let's make this logo horizontal. Our text will be here. Again, I can use flexbox, item center, and gap between items will be 4. Let's increase this text size and font weight to X large, and the font will be bold. Let's check. Okay, it's exactly the same. And right now we can create our button here. Let's remember again. At the beginning, we are going to see this button. Let me zoom in. And when I click, we are going to change this button. Actually, I'm using here a text. If you want to, you can use any button or image. But the important point here is our state. At the beginning, our menu will be closed. When I click here, menu will be opened, and we are going to change our button here. To do that, we can create a useState hook. I'll say const open set open useState hook, and at the beginning it's going to be false. So inside this menu, I'm going to create my button. Let's say a div, and I'll say if it's open, we are going to show here X. If it's not open, it's going to be this sign. Let's say cursor pointer, so we can click. And as you can see, it's not open at the beginning. Let's actually give here text 2x large or even more. Okay, so when I click here, I'm going to change my state. So I'll say on click. We are going to set our state. I'll say set open. We'll get the previous value and right here the opposite. So it was false. When we click here, it's going to be true. So we will see this X button here. Okay, it looks a little bit weird. It's too big. But as I said, I'm going to fix that. Probably I'm going to use here an image. And you will be able to see this in the GitHub repository. I'm going to update here. Okay. Right now I can create my mobile list. Let's remember again. I'm going to zoom out. As you can see, we have a list here, which includes our links and this button. So I will come here, and after this button, I'm going to create one more div, and it's going to be our menu. Mobile linked list. Okay. Let's write here something and give our class name. Firstly, I'm going to give full size with full, height will be screen, and I'm going to be using flexbox, but our items will be vertical, so let's use flex column. I'm going to center my items, and justify will be center. Of course, it's still here, but I want to start this from here, right under our navbar. To do that, we can use absolute positioning, and the top will be 16, because remember, the size of our navbar is 16. We don't care this empty screen, because if it's empty, it's going to be hidden. I'll save. Let's give a background, and we can see better. I'll say red for now. And as you can see, it's here. But I'm going to change its position. It's going to start here and end somewhere here. And when we click on this button, actually at the beginning, it's going to be closed and it's going to start here. When I click on this button, its position will be starting here. So we are going to give this effect. I'm going to click, as you can see. At the beginning, its position is here. And when I click on this button, its starting position is here. Let's do that. We are going to be using our state again. And since we are using JavaScript here, let's use backtick, just like that. And I'll say, if it's open, minus right will be 0. If it's not, it's going to be 100%. So at the beginning, the starting point is here. And when I click on this button, as you can see, it's 100%. And it covers all our screen. Because remember, we are using here with full. Right now, I can delete this background. I'm not going to give my links for now, because as I said, we are going to use the links when we install React Router DOM. For now, it can stay like that. But one more thing, I'm going to give my animation. To do that, I'll say transition all. And the timing function will be ease in out. It looks much better right now. And I can delete this background. Okay, what about our desktop menu? Again, we are going to be using links, but for now, let's say anchor tag, home, trending, most popular, and about. And finally, we'll have this button. Let me close here. This blue button. Again, I'll say anchor tag. And inside we'll have a button, login, and I'm gonna add here this emoji. And let's give our style. Firstly, I'm gonna center everything. Gap between each item will be 8. And if it's X large, it's gonna be bigger. Just like that. And the font will be medium. Okay, what about this button? I'm gonna give padding for top and bottom, for left and right. Rounded will be 3x large. I'm gonna change the background. It's gonna be blue 800. And the text color will be white. Okay, perfect. Actually, I can give exactly the same links for now for this menu. So we can see our style. I'm gonna click. I can separate them. Let's give here a gap. Font will be medium. And the text will be bigger. Let's say large. Okay. We finished our Navbar. We have our logo here, this image. And before going any further, I want to make some changes here for this image, because in our application, we'll have tons of images. In our homepage, we'll have featured posts here and all the post images. And also, if I open a single page, again, we'll have images for each post content. So it's not a good idea to upload all the media on our React application, because it's gonna take a lot of space and also make our application slower. So we need to use a cloud media solution. You can use any CDN, there are many options, but I highly recommend you use ImageKit because it has a really generous free tier, so you can upload tons of images for free. But the best thing is we are going to be using its React library. There is also Next.js option or any other languages. Let's choose React. And this React library allows us to render our images and videos just like this. And it allows us to upload our files with authentication. So nobody will be able to upload anything without our permission. And also we are going to be using lazy loading, and it's going to increase the page speed because it's going to render our images only when they are needed. As you can see, while the original image is being loaded, we can show an image placeholder and reduce this quality. So instead of showing a blank space, we'll be able to show this placeholder, and it will be better for the user experience. There are tons of different ImageKit features. I actually published a video about this. It will be in the video cards. But for now, let's see how to set up. We already have our React application. And as you can see, we are going to need this library. I'm going to open my terminal. Let's actually open a new one. I'll say npm install and the library name, but there is something important here. Since we are using React 19 and it's not stable, when you try to install any library, it might give some errors because the stable version is React 18. To prevent this, I'm going to be using the F flag. And after, we can install our dependencies. Okay, that's all. As you can see, we are going to need our URL endpoint and public key. We are going to need this authenticator when we upload images. It's not necessary for now, but let's take care of this endpoint and public key. Inside my root folder, I'm going to create a new file, and it's going to be .env. So basically, we are going to hide our public and secret keys here. Let's say ImageKit URL endpoint and public key. And since these keys are public, we have to write here with underscore. Otherwise, we cannot use them on our client side. Let's make this shorter, actually. I'll say IK. And let's get our keys. To do that, I'm going to open my dashboard. And as you can see, URL endpoints is here. And you can create any endpoint you want. Basically, when you upload any media, it's going to use this endpoint, ImageKit and Lama Dev, and it's going to store your media here. So let's copy this and paste here. And for this public key, I'm going to scroll down, developer options, and the public key is here. I'm going to copy and paste. Okay, right now we can show our images using ImageKit. Let's open our documentation again. Rendering images. And right now we are going to be using this image component. Let's come back, import this image component. And right now, instead of HTML image, we can use our ImageKit component. Just like that. And right now, instead of using your public folder, you can upload all the images to ImageKit. So I will come back, and inside my dashboard, I will open my library. As you can see, we don't have any image or video. So you can upload your images here. You can drag and drop or use this button. I'm gonna choose all of them, maybe not this one. And upload. And that's all. Right now, I can use this image on my application. Let's come back. And right now, instead of source, I'm going to be using path. And of course, we are going to need the ImageKit endpoint. So I'll say URL endpoint. It's going to come from our env file. To use our env file, we are going to be using import meta env and the name of our URL. Let's copy this and paste. Let's see. And as you can see, it's here. If I open my image, it's going to open my ImageKit endpoint and the image name. You can also directly use this URL. In this case, instead of this path, you can directly give your source. I will refresh, and as you can see, it's still here. So since we are going to use exactly the same component again and again, let's create our image component here. I'll say image.jsx. I'll create my component. Let's cut this and paste here. I'm going to import my ImageKit component. And right now we can take our image source as a prop. And also we can get any class name and we can use it here. And we can use our source here. And also we can use lazy loading. And also we can show low quality image placeholder. Remember, we are going to be using low quality image placeholder and the quality will be 20%. Just like that. And we can add our width and height. Again, we are going to take them from the parent, let's say V and H. We can also take the description. Okay. Let's use our image component. I'm gonna pass my source, which is logo.png. I'll say llama logo. I can give my width and height. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh and perfect. It's here. So when we add our posts, we are gonna see how they look and how it increases our page speed. But for now, it can stay like that. We have our Navbar, responsive menu. And now we can create our other sections, but before, let's take care of React Router DOM. Because we have multiple pages, the home page, the post list page, a single post page, login and register pages, add new post page. So if you are using multiple pages, you need to use a router, and the most popular router for React is React Router DOM. I'm gonna close them and open React Router DOM. In this tutorial, we are going to be using version 6.27, but even if you see here different number, it's not important because we are just going to be using the core features of React Router DOM. I'm going to zoom in. Let's get started. And firstly, I'm going to install my library. I'll open my terminal, npm install f, and the library name. And after that, we are going to import those components and create our browser router. It's really easy. As you can see, we are defining our path here. And for this path, it's going to return this div. And in our example, for this path, we are going to show our home page. And for this about page, it just shows this about div. And of course, again, instead of any div or HTML element, we are going to be using our page. So let's come back. I'm going to close everything here and this terminal and open my main.js. Import my components and let's create our router. Just like that. And right now we can create our pages. Inside the source directory, I'll say pages or routes. The first one will be homepage. Let's create one more post list page. Single post page. Login page, register page, and let's say write. Okay, let's save them and use them here. I'm gonna close my menu. And for the home path, we are going to be showing our home page. And for the posts page, we are going to show post list page. I'm going to create one more path. And here is going to be our post title. So this is going to be dynamic. In this case, we can use colon here. And here is going to be the post slack. I'll say write page, login and register. Okay, it's not page. Let's change. Okay. Let's see. But of course, firstly, we should wrap our application with the React Router DOM provider and pass inside our router. Let's see how to do that. As you can see, we are using the provider and pass here our router. That's all. In this case, we are not going to need this app.js anymore. I can delete this. We are not going to be using link here. And let's open our application. And as you can see, home page. I will open up post list page, just like that. We can write here any post like here. I'll say test. Okay, it's still post list page. Of course, it's going to be single post page, just like that. And as I said, here is going to be dynamic, so it doesn't matter what you are writing, it's going to open single post page. Register. Again, I didn't change them. Okay, perfect. And finally, login. This is how we use React Router DOM. But there is something important here. In our example, for the single post page, we see our Navbar here. Post list page, again, it's here. And of course, on the home page. So it doesn't matter which page we are using, we always keep seeing our Navbar. So instead of calling our Navbar component for each page again and again, we can create a layout. Let's close everything here, open our menu. And inside the source directory, again, I'm going to create a folder and it's going to be layouts. I'll say main layout. I created this folder because in the future, you might want to add different layouts. But for this example, we are going to have just one layout. But anyway, it can stay like that. I will create my component. And right now I can add my class name here instead of this app.js. I will paste it here. And inside, I'm going to call my Navbar. And here is going to be our pages. To do that, we are going to be using React Router DOM outlet. It basically represents all our pages. So it doesn't matter which page we are on. It's going to show our main layout, this Navbar, and our page content. In this case, we are going to change our router right now. I'm going to cut all my items here. And we are going to create here a single item. The element will be our layout, main layout. And inside, we are going to add some children. And inside this array, I'm going to add my items. It's always going to show our main layout first. In this case, we will be able to see our Navbar and after the children content. For the home page, we are going to see home page, post list page, or any other page component here. Let's save and see. I'm going to come here. As you can see, login page, register, single post page, post list, and the home page. We always keep seeing our Navbar. And right now we can change our links. I will close this menu, open my Navbar. Right now, instead of this div, I'm going to be using React Router DOM link and pass my URL using to. And it's going to be the home page. So let's come back. When I click here, it's going to open the home page. This is how it works. Let's copy this. For each anchor tag, we are going to be using link. Let's actually remove here. Okay. They are still the same. Right now we can take care of the other components, but actually let's take care of our authentication first. It will be easier to design our application because we will have to hide some components from unauthenticated users like new post page or these actions and this comment section. So instead of using a dummy data, we can directly use our user information. It will be really easy because we'll be using Clerk. And it's gonna handle everything like the security, login and register components, user sessions, cookies, social logins, magic links. And the best thing is we can store our user information on our database using webhooks. So we'll use Clerk for the authentication, and when we try to add a new post or use these actions, we'll be using the user information from our database. And if you haven't created any account, just create one, and after we'll build our new project. As you can see, this is our previous project. Let's say block, and let's choose our sign-in options. They can use username and password, Google, Facebook, Apple, whatever you want. As you can see, there are tons of different providers, but they are enough, I think. I'm gonna create my application. And we are gonna be using React. And let's install our dependency. I'm gonna zoom in, copy this, open my terminal, npm install f clerk react. And after that, as you can see, we are gonna need our publishable key. Let's copy this. Remember how we are using our public keys. We need to use with. So let's open up our env file and add our public key here. And after that, in the main.js, we are going to check our public key. If there is no public key in the env file, we are going to throw an error. So inside main.js, I'm going to add my code. And finally, we are going to wrap our entire application with Clerk provider. And after doing that, we'll be able to authenticate our users and use the user information anywhere we want. So I'll say Clerk provider and wrap my router. And the publishable key will be this key here. Just like that. Let's see what else we are gonna need. We already wrapped our application. And inside our Navbar, we can use Clerk components. As you can see, if we are signed out, it's gonna show this sign in button. And if we are signed in, it's gonna show the user button. Let's see how it looks. And after we are gonna change here, because remember, we already have our button here. Let's test first. I'm gonna add it somewhere here. Just like that. They all come from Clerk React. I can delete this from here. I will save. As you can see, sign in button, but there is no style, so we don't need to use it. I'm gonna delete this. Instead, I'm gonna use my button here. And when we click on this button, we are gonna be redirected to login page. Just like that. And right now we can use Clerk sign-in component. Let's continue. I'm gonna scroll down and open up authentication components. And as you can see, there is an awesome login component here, and it handles everything we need. We don't have to write any single line of code. Let's call this component. I will open my login page. and call my Clerk component just like this. Let's see. And perfect. Let's center this. I'll say flexbox, item center, justify content center. Okay, it's not centered vertically because we don't have any height. I'm gonna give here a specific height because remember, the size of our navbar is 20, which is 80 pixels. So I'm gonna be using calculate 100 VH minus 80 pixels. Just like that. And of course, we don't have any account, so we cannot log in. Firstly, we have to register. If I click here, it's gonna open up this Clerk page because we didn't define our sign up URL. So if I come here and say sign up URL, register, it's gonna open up our register page. And right now we are gonna be using the sign up component. Let's come here. As you can see, we are going to be using this component when we try to register. Actually, let's copy here, open our register page, and I'm going to paste it here. And this time we are going to be using the sign up component, and here is going to be sign in URL. And this time it's going to be login. Let's see. I'll open my page. I can use any username, email, and password, but also I can use these social providers. Let's choose Google. And since we selected username, after the authentication, it's gonna ask for the username. Let's say test user. I'm gonna continue. And we are authenticated. And as you can see, this is our user button. When I click here, we can sign out or manage our account. We can update our profile username, this image, and you can see here your device information. So Clerk handles everything for us. Of course, after the authentication, after creating a new user, we are gonna send it to our database. But for now, it can stay like that because we are just designing our website. After completing the design, we'll create our backend server and we'll store the user information there. Okay, right now I can close them. And let's see what we are gonna create. I'll open my homepage. As you can see, we are gonna have this breadcrumb and introduction section. Let's create them. I will close everything and open my homepage. Let's get all the items from our previous app.js. I will copy here, actually, just here. Firstly, let's separate our items. Let's give margin top, flex. Of course, they are going to be vertical, and gap between each item will be 4. I'm going to create my first item. Again, flex, gap 4. And inside we are going to have our link. It's going to be the home page. And I'm going to add here a span. So I can separate this home link and this text. Its font color will be blue. So I will say text blue 800. Just like that. After that, we are going to have the introduction section, and we are going to have 2 sections, these titles and this button. Firstly, I'm going to create my main div and separate my items, flex, item center, justify will be between. And firstly, we are going to have titles and animated button. It's going to be a link because when we click on this button, we are going to open our right page. Firstly, let's take care of our titles. I'm going to create an h1 tag. Let's generate a random text. It's going to be shorter. And let's create our p tag. Again, random generated text. It's going to be a little bit longer. Just like that. Let's give a class. It's going to be much bigger. Firstly, let's say text gray 800. It's not completely black. Text will be 2x large. If it's empty, it's going to be bigger. If it's large, text will be even bigger. And the font will be bold. What about this p tag? I'm going to give space on the top so we can separate the h1 tag and this p tag. I'll say text MD, and for the MD screen, text will be bigger. Let's say X large. Okay, what about this button? I'm gonna close here. Firstly, I'm gonna create here an SVG. It's just a circle, but inside this circle, I'm gonna add a text. In our example, as you can see, our circle is here. We are going to add a text here and here. So basically, we are going to have two texts. And after that, we are going to give our animation. To give text inside an SVG, we are going to be using text path. And I'm going to write our text here. Write your story. And I'm going to give here href. And it should be exactly the same ID here, because our text is gonna follow this path. Just like that. And I'm gonna create one more. Share your idea. As you can see, they are here. Let's separate them. I'll say start offset 0%. So we are not going to change its position, but this one is going to start from 50%. So they are going to be separated. Let's give a style for our SVG. Text will be bigger. Let's say LG. I'm going to separate my letters using tracking widest. Just like that. As you can see, there are space between each letter. Let's remove this background. Just like that. And I'm going to give this button. To do that, inside this link, I'm going to create one more item, and it's going to be a button. I'm going to give background 800. It's going to be a circle, so rounded will be full. I'm going to center everything inside, just like that. And inside this button, you can add any image, but again, I'm going to use an SVG and create this arrow. Just like that. You can search for arrow SVG and find any arrow. I just added here white stroke. Just like that. But how I'm gonna center this on my link? To do that, we can use position absolute. In this case, the parent should be position relative. Let's give our position here, top 0, and other directions. And if I say margin auto, it's gonna center my item. Of course, it's big right now. Let's give 20 and 20, and perfect. This is what we want. And what about the animation? As you can see, this text is rotating. So we can give animation for our first SVG. So I will say animate spin. As you can see, it's turning, but it's too fast. To prevent this, I'm gonna give animation duration. We cannot do this using Tailwind. So let's say animated button And using this class name, we can give our animation duration. So I'm going to open my CSS file and animated button. Animation duration will be 10,000 milliseconds. So it's going to be much slower, just like that. Okay. But I'm just going to stop this for now. Let's comment this out. Because when I edit this video, I'm making some parts slower or faster, so it can look a little bit weird. To prevent this, I'm just gonna stop right now, but our class name is here. You can start whenever you want. Okay. After that, we are gonna have our categories, but before, let's take care of the responsive design. I forgot that at the beginning we are not going to see this button. So I will say at the beginning it's going to be hidden. If it's empty, it's going to be block. Just like that. Okay. So let's take care of our categories. To do that, I'm going to create a new component. I'll say main categories. I'll create my component and call it here. Okay, where is our category? Okay, I forgot to add. Let's add. And call our component here. Okay. Let's see what we are gonna need. I'll open my console. As you can see at the beginning, it's not visible. After that, we can see all our items here. So we are gonna be using flex wrap. And for the big screen, we are gonna see only one line. So let's say hidden. If it's empty, flex. I'm gonna give background is gonna be white. Rounded will be 3x large. But if it's bigger, it's gonna be more rounded. As you can see at the beginning, it's gonna be 3x large. And for the big screen, it's gonna be full. So I will say if it's x large, rounded will be full. I will give some padding, some shadow. Let's say LG. Let's center our items vertically and horizontally. And the gap between categories and the search button will be 8. So let's say links and search. Let's say search, links. Okay, but I want to move this search on the right side. If I use flex 1, it's going to contain the bigger part of our parent div. Let's give here background thread and we can see better, as you can see. And right now I can separate my items. Let's remove this. I'll say flexbox, item center, justify between. For the small screens, we are going to see multiple lines. To do that, we are going to be using flex wrap. Let's add our links. I'm going to import this from React Router DOM. And the first one will be all posts. It's going to open up the post page and I'm going to give my class name. Its background will be blue 800 as we always do. And the text will be white. Rounded will be full. px4 py2. Just like that. But the other links will be white. And when we hover over, we are going to change the background. So I'm going to duplicate this. But this time, I'm not going to give any background. But when we hover over, background will be blue 50. And I'm going to delete this text white. And here is going to be, let's say, web design. In this case, we are going to add here a query, and the category will be web design. So let's create the others. I will say development, database, search engines, and marketing. Of course, we are going to change them, but for now, they can stay like that. And perfect. When I shrink my page, as you can see, it's not visible anymore. And if it's bigger, we are going to see here 2 lines and 1 line. What about this search button? Let's see first. Firstly, we are going to need here a separator, and after that, we are going to create this div that includes this icon and this input. So before this search, I'm going to create a span. I will give my class name, text will be xlarge, and the font will be medium. Okay, so let's take care of our search button. Firstly, I'm going to give here a background, gray 100. I'm going to give some padding, rounded will be full again. Let's separate items. You know how to do that. I'm just going to give a gap. It's going to be 2. And I'm going to add here my image. Again, I'm going to be using an SVG. Input. I'm going to give a placeholder. Search a post. By default, its background is white. To prevent this, I'm going to give background transparent. Just like that. Okay. And after that, we are going to have the featured posts. Again, let's create a new component. Just like that. And I'm going to use it here. Okay. So what we are going to have here? We are going to have 2 sections, the first part and the second part. In the first part, we are going to have just 1 post, the most important one. It can be most popular or most trending. And here is going to be the other posts. Let's come back, close everything, and let's open featured posts. So I'm going to write here the first post and the other posts. Let's check the responsive design. As you can see, at the beginning, our items will be vertical, but at this point here, as you can see, it's going to be horizontal. Firstly, I'm going to give here margin top, and after I'll say flex box, and flex will be column. And for the LG screen, it's going to be horizontal, so I can say flex row, and the gap between items will be 8. And at the beginning, their size will be 100%, and for the LG screen, the half of the container will be the first post, the other half will be the other posts. So let's choose our items. I'll say width full, and after the LG screen, it's gonna be half. And all the items inside our containers will be vertical. So let's say flex, flex column, and gap between items. Right now, I'm gonna create my first item, which is my image. After that, we are gonna have these details, and finally, this link. So let's say image. details, and title. I can call my image component. Okay, it's not here. Let's import image component. I'm gonna give my source. And I'm gonna give a class name. Rounded will be 3x large, and the object will be cover. After that, let's create a div here that contains this number, the category link, and this date. I'll say h1, a link, and a span. Let's say 2 days ago. Let's give class name. I'm gonna separate my items, but before I'm gonna center, and the gap will be 4. Font will be semi-bold, and if the screen is LG, text will be bigger. What about this link? It's gonna be blue, and if the screen is bigger, again, I'm gonna increase the text size. Text blue 800, and if it's LG, text will be LG. And finally, our date, and its color will be gray. Let's create our link, and after we are gonna check. I'm gonna generate a random text. Of course, it's too long. Let's cut this. I'm gonna give here a test post and my class name. Text will be X large. Let's check. If the screen is bigger, I'm gonna increase the size. 3x large, and the font will be semi-bold. And if it's LG, the font will be bold. Let's see. Okay, perfect. Let's take care of the others. It's gonna be exactly the same thing, but this time our items will be horizontal, image, and the texts. Let's say second is gonna be flexbox, justify between, and in any case, I'm gonna give a gap between items here. And also I can give a specific height. I'm gonna divide my container into 3 pieces. And the first one will be this second item. Here is gonna be the third item and the fourth. Of course, at the beginning, our items are vertical, so we don't have a specific height here. So I'm gonna give my height if the screen is LG. Just like that. Let's create our image here. I will give the source and the class name. Again, rounded 3x large and object cover. And I'm gonna give a size here. Let me make this bigger. As you can see, our image is smaller than the text. So I can give here a specific width 1 out of 3. And the text part will be 2 out of 3. Details and title. I'm gonna create a div. Just like that. Let's see. Okay, perfect. And also I can give aspect ratio. So we are gonna have a fixed height. To do that, I will say aspect video. So let's give our title and the details. Let's remember again. Details are here and our title. And after that, a title, which is gonna be a link. And again, I'm gonna create a random text. And the post address, let's say test. And inside details, h1 tag, the number, a link, which is our category, and a date, 2 days ago. Let's give our class names. It's gonna be gray. Text will be small. And for this link, I'm gonna change the color. And it's gonna be blue. And finally, this h1 tag. And it's gonna be semi-bold. Let's give here flexbox and separate our items. It's gonna be 4. And I will say at the beginning, it's gonna be text small. But if it's LG, text will be base. And I can give a space here. Just like that. And for this title, at the beginning, text will be base. If it's small, text will be bigger. If it's MD, it's gonna be 2x large. If it's LG, it's gonna be smaller because, let me check. The text size is base. When I extend my page, it's gonna be text LG. For the MD screen, it's gonna be 2x large. But for the LG screen, our container will be horizontal, so it should be smaller. So let's say x large. And after that, we can increase again. Just like that. And the font will be medium. Okay, let's see. Okay. And awesome. So let's create 2 more items here. I'm gonna copy this, paste here, and here, just like that. Okay. And let's see what's next. We are gonna have our post list. We'll have the image, title, some details, description, and this link. And when the page is bigger, as you can see, we are gonna remove our image. And at this point, again, we are gonna show it. Let's do that. I'm gonna close this, open my home page. And I'm gonna create here a new div. And inside this div, we are gonna have a title, which is recent posts. Let's give a class name. I'm gonna give margin from top and bottom. Text will be 2x large. And I'm gonna change its color. Gray 600. And after that, we are gonna have a post list. To do that, let's create a new component. I'll say post list. And I'm gonna call my component here. Just like that. Let me close this menu, open my post list, and let's separate our items. Flex column, and gap between each post will be 12. And also I'm gonna give here margin bottom here at the end of the list. And right now we can create our posts. To do that, again, I'm gonna create a new component, post, or what can we say? Let's say list item actually. And I'm gonna call my component here. Let's create a couple of them. And right now we can create our items. Remember, at the beginning they are gonna be vertical. So I will say flex column, and if it's X large, it's going to be row. And gap between our items will be 8. So I will say image details. And at the beginning, we are not going to see our image. So I will say hidden. It was at the beginning or MD. Let me check. Okay, at the beginning, we are going to see it. But at this point, it's going to be disappeared. So let's say MD screen. And if it's X large, again, it's going to be block. And I'm going to write here my image component, post image. Of course, later we are going to fetch our post from the database, and here is going to be dynamic, but for now it can stay like that. Let's give a class name. Rounded will be 2x large, and object will be cover. And inside details, we are going to have the title, this information, description, and link. So let's create our title. Just like that. I'll say link from React Router DOM and test post. I'm going to give a class name. It's going to be really big and the font will be semi-bold. After that, I'm going to create a div. Let's see what we have. Written by the user link on the category link and the date. So let's create here a span written by a link, another span and link, and the last span, which is a date. Let's give a space between them. Flex, item center, gap between each item will be 2. I'm going to give a color, gray for 100, and the text will be small. And I'm going to give class name for our links, and the text will be blue. Just like that. But we don't have any space here. So I'm going to give here flex column, and gap between each item will be 4. Just like that. So let's add our description and link. After the details, I'll say a p tag. Let's actually copy here, or you can generate a random text. And after that, our last link. And I'll say read more. Let's give a class name. We are going to give here underline, change the text color. Text will be small. And for this p tag, we don't have any style. It can stay like that. Let's check. Okay, let me close this console. And as you can see, our image is too big. Our text ends here, but its height is too big. To prevent this, we can give a specific width for this image container and the text container. So I will come back. And for this image container, I'll say 1.3. And here is gonna be 2 out of 3. Okay, it's much better. Okay, we resized our image, but there is something important here. Let me make this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna select my image. And as you can see, it still uses our original image, which is 71 kilobytes. If I open my source, you can see that it's the original image. But even if I give here a width like 800, let's refresh the page, choose again. As you can see, it's still the same. Because what we actually do here is we are resizing the image frame instead of the image itself. And in our application, users will be able to upload images, and if they upload something like 1 megabyte or even bigger, it's not a good idea to use the original image. We have to resize it. To do that, let's open our image component. And there's an awesome image kit feature. We can directly resize our images using transformation. And in this array, I'm going to write my width and height. And this time, when I give any width, it's going to resize my image. I'm going to refresh. By the way, it was our placeholder. This is how it looks when we load images. Of course, it was too fast, but if the user connection is slow, they are going to see that image placeholder thanks to this object here. Okay, let's check our image, inspect, it's here. And right now, as you can see, it's 36 kilobytes and its actual size is 800 pixels. Let's click. And as you can see, it's smaller. This is what we want. But let's change this number. I'm not going to give 800. I'm going to shrink my page. And this point is our possible biggest image size. Because remember, after this empty screen, we are not going to see our image. So it's going to be maximum this big. Remember, our breakpoint is 768. And if that number is smaller than that point, which is 767, our image will be on the maximum size. And also, we have here a padding. Let's remember our layout. As you can see, we have padding 16 pixels on the left and right. So let's make the calculation. This is the biggest screen size. If I say minus 32, this is going to be our maximum image size. In this case, we are going to save a little bit more space. As you can see, it's even smaller. And right now, our application is much faster. So we can do exactly the same thing here. Let's open our console again. I'm going to extend my page. And as you can see, this point is the biggest possible size. I'm going to open my featured posts. And let's remember the padding for the LG screen. As you can see, it's 64 pixels on the left and right. And our breakpoint is 1024. That means biggest possible size is 1023. If I say minus 128, this is gonna be the maximum image size. Let's use it. I'm gonna come here and I'll say width 895. And what about other images? If you remember, we gave here width 33%, so it's gonna be 33% of this container. And since these containers have exactly the same size, I'm gonna divide this number by 3, and this is gonna be our maximum image size. So instead of giving here width, let's create a container, wrap our image, and I'm gonna give my size here, and this aspect ratio. So we don't need this anymore. Instead, I'm gonna give my width, just like that. Let's do the same thing for the others. Okay, it's not containing its parent. To prevent this, we can give here width full, height full. So it's gonna fit inside the parent container, but our image size will be this width. Let's do the same thing for the others. Okay, I'm gonna shrink my page. They fit inside the container. Okay, it looks great. Okay. This is how we can optimize our images. Let's open in new tab. And perfect. And after this image optimization, let's take care of the single post page. Let's see what we are gonna have. We'll have some details here, and after we are gonna create a container that includes our content, this text, and this site menu. Let's create. I'll close everything, open my single post page. Firstly, I'm gonna separate my items. Flags column. Gap between items will be 8. Let's say detail. And content. Inside detail, we are gonna have some texts. It's exactly the same actually. We are gonna have title, these items and the description, and our image is here. So I will create a div here for texts, and this is gonna be our image. Let's say image component. I'm gonna pass here the source. Before giving a size here, firstly, I'm gonna give a size for this text and image container. Firstly, let's separate them. Flags, gap 8. At the beginning, we are not gonna see our image. Let's see. As you can see, only title and this text. But if this screen is large, we are gonna see our image. So let's say block, and I'm gonna give the size. And I'm gonna give size here. Let's separate our texts. Flags column. And inside, I will create this title. These texts. It's gonna be a span, a link, span again, and finally our category link. Of course, I'm gonna wrap them with this container and separate my items. I'm gonna center them vertically, give gap between them, and the text will be gray 400, and the text will be small. Of course, it's a page. I cannot import this like that. I'll say components and image. Okay, let's write our description, and after I'm gonna give my style. Actually, I'm gonna copy here, paste here. Text will be gray 500 and the font will be medium. Let's create a class for our links. Their color will be blue. And for this h1 tag, at the beginning the text will be x large. For MD, 3x large. 4x large. And finally 5x large. and the font will be semi-bold. Just like that. Let's resize our image. You can give any number. I'll say 600, for example. As you can see, quality is exactly the same. I can give here rounded effect. Let's say X large or 2X large. Okay, let's see. Okay, awesome. And what about our content? Firstly, we are going to have our text content, and after that, this menu. But at the beginning, they are going to be vertical, flags column, and if it's empty screen, they are going to be horizontal. Let's give a gap. So I will say text. And menu. Let's create here some random text, just like that. And I'm going to separate my items. Firstly, I'll say if it's LG, text will be bigger, just like that. Flags column. Gap between each item will be 6. Okay. And I'm going to give here text justify. So each line will end at exactly the same point. Just like that. So let's create our menu. And when we scroll down, as you can see, it's going to be sticky. Firstly, I'm going to give padding. If you are using sticky positioning, you should give here a height. Let's say maximum content, sticky, top will be 8. So we are going to have a space here. Let's create our items. H1 tag. We will have a div that contains this image and the username. Source user image is going to be a circle. So I will say rounded full, and object will be cover. Let's give width and height. And after that, we are going to create a link, and it's going to be the username. And we are going to have the user description. Let's generate a text, just like that. After that, we'll have social icons. Let's create a div, separate those items. We are going to create a social link here. Facebook, SVG, and Instagram. Okay. And after that, we are going to have these actions. But for this, I'm going to create a new component, because when we make any changes on this component, we don't want to re-render our entire component. So inside the components, I'll say post menu action. Let's say actions, actually. I'm going to close this menu, and inside, I'm going to create an H1 tag. It's going to be actions. I'm going to create my first item. I'm going to paste my icon, and let's say save this post. Of course, we didn't use our component here. After this div, I will say post menu actions. Okay, let's create the other one. But before I can give my style, flags, item center, gap between items. And also I'm going to give padding. Text will be small and the cursor will be pointer. Let's create one more. It's going to be delete this post and I'm going to change this SVG. Just like that. Okay. And what about categories? After our actions, I'll say h1 tag. And I'm going to create my first link. It's going to be all. We are going to give an underline. Of course, let's wrap this so we can separate our items. Flags, flags column. Gap will be 2 and the text will be small. I'm going to add my other items too. I will just copy and paste. It's exactly the same. And after this div, I'm going to say h1 search. And right now I'm going to create one more component. And it's going to be search. Because again, when I write anything inside this input, I don't want to re-render all my page. So I will say component. Inside this search div, we are going to have this icon and input. Firstly, I'm going to give my background. Let's give some padding. Rounded will be full. Flags, item center, and gap between icon and text input will be 2. I'm going to paste my SVG and finally my input. Let's say placeholder, search a post. And by default, its background is white. So let's change it. And use our component here. Just like that. Let's give a style for other items. Firstly, for each title, I'll give margin top, margin bottom, text will be small, and the font will be medium. I'm gonna copy this, paste here, here, I'm gonna save. Okay, perfect. Actually, let's give more text here so we can scroll. I will copy and paste. Okay, as you can see, it's sticky. Let's give a style for this container. Actually, I'm gonna close my text here so we can see better. This is our user. Actually, this is our first title, so we don't need this margin top. Okay, it's much better. Let's separate them. Flags, item center, gap between items will be 8. By the way, this tag should be after our container. Our div is here. Okay. I didn't give a style for this title. Let's give. Margin top 8. Okay. And I can separate those items. So let's give another div here, a parent div. It's going to contain all our items, flags column, gap between each item will be 4. And for this description, text will be small, and its color will be gray 500. Okay. It looks pretty nice. If you want to, you can give more space here. Actually, it's the same, but I don't know, maybe it's too large. Okay, I think it's better. I can change this color, by the way. Text blue 800. Right now we can create our comments. Let's scroll down. We are going to have comments container. We'll have this title, input container, and all these comments. Let's create our component. And a single comment. Let's use it here. Okay, what's that? Let's remove this and save. I'm gonna close this menu and open my component. Firstly, I'm gonna separate my items. Flags column. Gap between each item will be 8. And also I'm gonna give a size here, because in our example, as you can see, it ends here. For the mobile screen and medium screen, it's gonna be 100%. But for the LG screen, it's going to be a little bit smaller. So let's say 3 out of 5. I'm going to create my title. Comments. Text will be X large. I'm going to give gray color and underline. After that, we can create our input container. And we will have a text area. Let's give a placeholder, write a comment. It's going to be self-closed. And I will create my button. And I will say send. Okay, let's give a style. Firstly, I'm going to separate my items. Flags, item center, justify between. And in any case, I'm going to give here a gap, and width will be full. For this button, background blue 800. I'm going to give padding, just like that. Text will be white. I'm going to increase the font weight. Rounded X large. Just like that. Let's increase the size of this input. Width will be full. And also I'm going to give a padding and rounded X large again. Okay. So let's take care of our single comments. After this div, I'm going to call my comment component. Just like that. And inside, we'll have the user information and this date and this text. So let's give here a padding, background, rounded will be X large again, and I'm going to give space between each item, so let's say margin bottom, and let's create our user information. I'll say image, User image is going to be a circle. Let's say 10, height 10, rounded full, and object will be cover. And I'm going to give my width here, which is 40 pixels. I'm going to create a span. It's going to be our username. Let's say John Doe. And one more span, and it's going to be date, 2 days ago. I'm going to give a class name, tag small, and gray. And for this username, I'm going to increase the font weight. Let's say medium. Let's separate those items. Flags, item center, gap 4. And finally, I'm going to create a div which includes our comment. I'm going to generate a random text just like this. And let's give here margin top. So we are going to separate our items. Let's see. Okay, our image is not here because I forgot writing JPEG. And awesome. Okay, so we've finished our single page. Let's come back, close everything here, and open right page. Right now we are going to create our form. Let's open our page and our example. Okay, we are going to have here a title, and after that we'll create our form, which includes this button, a title input, categories, short description, the post content that we can change the style. Of course, also we are going to add here the image upload section, and finally this button. Let's create. But firstly, I'm going to check my user, because if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't see this page. So I will say const. I'll be using use user hook. And remember, it returns is loaded and is signed in. Using them, we can check the user authentication. Firstly, I'll say if it's not loaded, return. I'll just say loading. Of course, later we can change here. We can show a loading skeleton or any spinner, but for now it can stay like that. And here I'll say if it's loaded, but user is not signed in, I'll say you should log in. And if everything is okay, we can create our form. Firstly, I'll create my page title, create a new post, and after that, a form. We'll have a button, add a cover picture or image. After that, title, categories, description. Let's give a placeholder. It's going to be our title, my awesome story. For the categories, I'm going to create a parent div because we are going to also have a label. Choose a category. And right now I can create a select element that we can provide our options. Its name will be cat. And I'm going to create my first option. Its value will be general. If we don't choose any category, by default it's going to be general. Let's create the others. Web design, development, databases, search engines, and marketing. Let's also change the values. Okay, right now I can create here a text area. It's gonna be description. I'll give placeholder, let's see, a short description. Just like that. And finally, this content. To do that, we are going to be using a React library, and it's going to be React Quill. It's one of the most popular React editor library. There are tons of different features. You can use different themes. You can customize your toolbar. But there is something important here. If you are not using the stable version of React, you might encounter some problems. To prevent this, we are going to be using the new version of React Quill. After the stable version, you will be able to use it directly, but for now, since we are using React 19 RC, we are going to install React Quill new. After that, we are going to use this component. We'll pass here our theme. For the component style, we need to use this CSS file. Let's copy this, paste here, and our component. Just like that. Right now we can use it. I'm gonna copy this component and paste under my text area. I can close here. I'm gonna save. And let's see. Of course, it should be React Quill new. And perfect. As you can see, our editor is here. We can change our style. We can add a link list. After that, we are going to customize our toolbar. But before, let's add our button and after give a style. After this text editor, I'll say button and it's going to be sent. Let's give a style. Firstly, our container will be full screen. To do that, we can use calculate 100 VH minus 80 pixels, because remember, our navbar is 80 pixels, but at the beginning it's 64. Let's calculate this also. I will say if it's empty. If it's not, it's gonna be 64. Let's separate our items. Flags column, gap 6. For this h1 tag, text will be X large and the font will be light. Let's give a style here, but before, I'm gonna separate my items inside this form. As we always do, flags column, gap will be 6. Let's see what else we are gonna need. We are gonna have here a white button, and also I'm gonna give this shadow, change this text color. Let's give a padding. Shadow will be MD, rounded X large. Text will be small, and its color will be 500. By the way, the background will be white, of course. Just like that. I want my form to fit inside our container. Let's say background for now. As you can see, it ends here. To prevent this, I will say flags1. Just like that. But in this case, we are not going to have any space here. So I'll say margin bottom Okay, perfect. Right now I can do the same thing for this text editor. It's gonna contain all this container. So I'll say class name, flex1. Right now I can delete this background. Our button is too big. Let's say with maximum content, just like this. And what about our title? As you can see, we don't have any border or background. We are just going to change our font size. I will come here, I'll say class name. Text will be 4x large. Font will be semi-bold. I'm going to delete the background. It's going to be transparent. And I'm going to delete the outline. Just like that. Okay. What about this select element? As you can see, this label is smaller and there's a space here. And for this select, again, background color, rounded effect, and this shadow. So let's say flex, item center, and gap between label and select will be 2. Actually, let's make this bigger. I'll say text small. For this select, I'm going to give my class name. Firstly, let's give a padding. Rounded will be X large. Background color. And shadow. Okay. What about this description? It's going to be exactly the same. Let's copy here. Give a class name, paste, but this time padding will be bigger. Just like that. Let's do the same thing for our editor. We don't need any padding. And as you can see, there's a border here. To prevent this, let's inspect our HTML element. As you can see, there are some class names here. Quell editor, container, and toolbar. They all have a border. To prevent this, let's open our CSS file. I'll say quell container. And border will be none. And since we are overwriting, I'll add here important. Let's do the same thing for the others. Toolbar and editor. Just like this. By the way, our page is responsive. We don't need to change anything. And let's take care of our button. Class name. Background will be blue. It's going to be 800. Text will be white. I'm going to increase the font weight. Let's say medium. Rounded. And I'm going to give margin top. We are going to see this space. Let's give a padding. Okay, but it's too long. Let's give our size. I'll say 36. Just like that. Right now, all our pages are ready. Right page, login and register. The home page. Single page. And post page. Oh, we didn't create post list. Let's create quickly. It's going to be easy because we are going to be using exactly the same component here. We are just going to have a menu here. So let's close here. Our components. And let's see our post list page. Firstly, I'm going to add here my title, category name, and block. Of course, here is going to be dynamic later. I'm going to give a class name. Firstly, I'm going to give margin bottom, and text will be 2x large. Just like that. We are going to have space here. And after that, we'll have our list and this side menu. And it's going to be sticky again. It's going to be similar. But this time our search input will be here and we are going to create some filters. Let's do that. I will close this menu and I'm going to create my parent div. I will say flex, gap 8. We'll have two containers. The first one will be the post list. What was the name? Okay, post list. Let's import. Components and post list. And also I'm going to create one more component and it's going to be side menu. Let's use it here. Just like that. Okay. Our list is here, menu is here, but there is something important here. If we are on the mobile screen, we are going to see this button here, and when I click, we are going to see our menu. I can close or open, but for the MD screen, it's going to be horizontal, and we are not going to see our button. Let's do that. Of course, we are going to need a use state. Const open set open use state hook. At the beginning, it's going to be false. And after this title, I'm going to add my button. Let's write our condition here. If it's open, we are going to write close. If it's not, filter or search. When we click on this button, we are going to change our state. On click event, set open, take the previous value and write here the opposite. And also I'm going to give my class name, because if it's bigger than MD, it's going to be hidden. If not, it's going to be blue 800. Text will be small and white. And I'm going to give some padding. And let's give rounded effect to X large. Just like that. Let's give a margin here. Okay. Right now, when I click on this button, we are going to see our side menu. In this case, they are going to be vertical, but I want to see my menu first. Just like this. So I will say flex column reverse. And if the screen is empty, it's going to be horizontal. As you can see, our menu is here. And perfect. By the way, I can write my condition here. If it's not open, we are not going to see this. So I will say, if it's open, it's going to be block. If it's not, it's going to be hidden. And in any case, for the empty screen, it's going to be block. Okay, perfect. Right now we can create our side menu. Let's close this console, and here we'll have 3 titles. Let's create them quickly. Remember how we were doing this. It's going to be similar, but I don't want to copy paste. Let's do it again. First one will be search. Firstly, I'm going to give margin bottom. I'm not going to give margin top because it's the first item. Text will be small. Font will be medium. Let's create 2 more. It's going to be filters and categories. This time I can give margin top. Just like that. Let's make our container position sticky. Firstly, let's give our padding. If you are using position sticky, you should give a height. It's going to be maximum content. And I will say sticky. And its position will be 8. So we are going to have a space here. Let's add our search component. Why it's not importing? Okay, let's do this manually. Import search from search component. Okay. I'm gonna add my categories quickly. After this h1 tag, I'll create a div. Let's separate our items. Flags column, gap between each link will be 4, tags will be small. I'm gonna create my first link, all. I'm gonna give underline, posts, and the others. Database, search engines, and marketing. And for each link, I'm going to add a query here. Its category will be web design. Here is going to be development, database, SEO, and marketing. Later, using these queries, we are going to fetch our data. And let's take care of filters. As you can see, we are going to have 4 options. So let's create radio input. After filter, I'm going to create a div. Again, I'm going to separate my items. Tags will be small. And I'm going to create my first item. To do that, we can use label. I'll say class name. And I'm going to separate this input and this text. So we are going to have gap 2 here. Flags, item center, gap 2. And cursor will be pointer. So we can click. Inside, we are going to have our input. Its type will be radio. Name will be sort. And the value will be newest. So when we click on this input, we are going to update our URL. And it's going to add here sort and newest. And using this value, we are going to fetch different items. Let's give a style. Firstly, I'm going to delete its appearance because by default it's going to be this circle, but it should be this square. To do that, I will say appearance none. I'm going to give some width and height. A border. I'm going to give a specific border because we don't have 1.5 pixels. I'll say border color blue. And cursor pointer. Just like that. Maybe rounded. Small. So when I click here, I'm gonna fill inside my input. To do that, I will say if it's checked, background will be blue. Just like that. I'm gonna refresh, click, and awesome. Let's add our text. Okay, so let's do the same thing for the others. I'm gonna add 3 more. Here is gonna be most popular, trending, and oldest. Okay, let's check. As you can see, its background is white. Let's fix that. I'm gonna select all of my inputs and I will say background white. Okay. So we finished our design. Right now we can create our backend and fetch all these data from our database. So I will come back, close everything, and let's create our backend folder. Actually, I can move this to client folder. Let's create a new one. I will say client or frontend and new folder, and it's gonna be backend. I'm gonna move everything inside this client, not backend, of course. I'm gonna open my console, terminate by application. Let's open the client folder, and right now I can start. Okay, nothing has changed. Right now, inside the backend folder, let's initialize our Node.js. Right now, I'm gonna open a new terminal. I will say cd backend, npm init y. Let's create our Express server, but for this tutorial, we are gonna be using the latest version of Express. Let's open the documentation. As you can see, the latest version is 5.0.1. If you watch this tutorial in the future, these numbers can change, but it's not important. The important point is here. Because we were waiting Express 5 for a really long time, and it's finally here. You can see all the changes here, and the biggest change is error handling for the promises. When we create our application, you are gonna see the difference, but for now, let's install our Express framework. Okay, let's create our main file. I'll say index.js. And let's create our Express application. Import Express from Express. Let's open our package.json, and I'm gonna add here type module. Otherwise, we cannot import and export our libraries and functions just like this. I'm gonna close and this menu, and I'm gonna shrink here, and I will create my Express application. Let's say const app Express function, and we should listen a port number. You can write here any port number, doesn't matter. I'm gonna be using 3000. A callback function, and let's say server is running. I'm gonna save, and let's start our application. I'll say node and the file name, which is index.js. And as you can see, server is running. But if you make any changes here, let's say console log changed, as you can see, it's not listening our application. We have to terminate our app and after restart. And right now we can see the changes, but doing this for each time is not a good idea. To prevent this, we can use node watch index.js. I'm gonna enter. If I change here and save, as you can see, it's listening our application and showing us all the changes. And one more thing here, when we hide our secret keys, we are going to be using this env file to read the values from our env file. We are going to be using process.env and the variable name, which is test. If I save, as you can see, it's undefined because Node.js doesn't know our environment variables are inside this file. To prevent this, you can use any third-party libraries like .env and you can make all the configurations, but you don't need to do this. After Node.js 18, you can directly define your env file on your console. Again, I'm gonna terminate, and this time I will say node env file, and I'm gonna write here my path. It's gonna be directly inside our folder, so I can directly say .env, and as you can see, the value is here. Okay, this is how we are running our Express application. So let's create our first API request. Let me show you how to do that. Again, we are going to be using our app, and you can use here any request method like get, post, put, delete. Since I just want to return a simple response, I'm going to be using get. Basically, when you fetch anything from the backend, like our posts, we are going to be using get method. When we create a new post, we are going to be using a post method. When we update our post, it's going to be put or patch. And when we delete our post, it's going to be delete. So let's say get test. We are going to get the request from the client and return a response. Let's say response. We can return any status. If it's successful, it's going to be 200. Send or JSON. It works. Let's open our application. By the way, it's going to be slash, of course. I will come here, localhost 3000. This is our previous Next.js application. Don't worry about that. If I say test, as you can see, our answer is here. This is how we are making API request. But writing all our requests inside this index file is not a good idea because we are going to have posts, comments, users. So there will be tons of different API requests. So best way to do that is come here and create a new folder. I'll say routes. And inside, we are going to create our routes for each database collection. For example, we are going to have the user collection that we will save the user information. So I will say user route.js. Again, I'm going to import express const router. We are going to define our router using express router, and we are going to export this. Let's say export default router. And right now we can make our requests here. If I say router.get, let's say another test. Again, request response, response.status 200.send, and let's say user route. So right now we can use our router inside the index file. Let's comment this out, import our router. I'll say user router. That comes from routes and the file name, user.js. I can give here any name I want because we are exporting by default. And right now, if I say app.use, and we are going to create our endpoint here, everything related to users will be users endpoint. And when we call this endpoint, we are going to be using user router. So when we visit our API, like localhost 3000, users, and another test, it's going to run this function. Let's try. Users, another test. Okay, cannot get this endpoint. There must be something wrong. Users. Of course, I forgot slash again. Let's try. I'm going to enter. And as you can see, our answer is here. So in this route, right now we can create, update, delete our users. But before, let's do exactly the same thing for other routes. I'm gonna copy this. Actually, let's copy this file. It's gonna be post route. Here is gonna be comment route. And it's gonna be webhook route, but we are gonna handle this later. Let's delete this. And right now I'm gonna use my other routes here. Posts and comments. Let's import them. Just like that. It's gonna be post router and comment. Okay. Right now we can add, update, delete, and get users, posts, and comments, but we don't have our database yet. Let's create. For this tutorial, we are gonna be using MongoDB. It's really easy to use and it's for free. To do that, I'm gonna visit cloud.mongodb.com and let's create a free cluster. As you can see, this option is for free and it's more than enough for our application. You can give any name, Lama cluster. You can choose any provider, Amazon, Google, or Microsoft. You can choose any region. Choose the region closest to you and create deployment. Okay, it's being created in the background. During this process, let's install Mongoose. It basically allows us to make our MongoDB connection and create our models like users, posts, and comments. And using those models, we will be able to make our CRUD operations. Of course, you can directly use MongoDB, but I think Mongoose is much easier because, as I said, it allows us to create our models. It's important because we will be able to write all our types here. For example, for the post, we are going to have a title, which is a string, description, image, or whatever it might be. So even if we send a number for the title, we won't have to check the type because Mongoose is going to do this for us. Let's connect to our database and after, we are going to see how to do that. Firstly, I'm going to choose connection. As you can see, we are going to be using Mongoose, connect, and our connection string. Firstly, I'm going to install my library. Let's create one more terminal and I will say npm install mongoose. And after that, let's copy this. And inside my backend folder, I'm going to create a new folder and it's going to be libraries. And inside, let's say connectdb const connectdb. It's going to be an async operation because we are connecting to MongoDB cloud. Let's say try catch. If there is an error, we are going to show this error here. And we are going to try to connect to our MongoDB. Let's import Mongoose, just like that. And right now, I'm going to change here. As I said, we are going to be using this env file to hide our secrets. And our first secret will be our MongoDB URL. As you can see, it's done. I'm going to copy this. Let's say Mongo and paste here. You can specify any database name here. Let me close this menu. I will say DB name and it's going to be block. And as you realize, we have here the username and password. Let's come back. And I'm going to click on this database access. And as you can see, there is a user here. If you don't have any, just create new one. Let's see our user. As you can see, the password is exactly the same. And it's ready. Let's use our env variable here. Remember how we are doing this. Process.env and the variable name. I'm gonna save. But before, I'm gonna open my network access and I'm gonna add here a new IP address. Otherwise, we won't be able to reach our database. I'll say allow access from everywhere. But after deploying our application, we are gonna add here our server IP address, so nobody will be able to reach our database. I'm gonna confirm, and let's see. I will open my index.js, and I will say, when we run our application, run this connectdb function. Let's import. Library connectdb.js. I'm gonna move this here. And let's write here a console log. MongoDB is connected. Of course, it should be await. We are gonna await this process, and after we are gonna send this message. Let's export this. I'm gonna save. And as you can see, MongoDB is connected. If I change my env variable or write here a wrong password, I'm gonna save. And as you can see, authentication failed. Okay, it works. So right now we can create our database collections. I will come here, browse collections. As you can see, there's an example here. Basically, this is going to be our database, and inside the database, we are going to have some collections. In the example, there are comments, movies, theaters, users, and each collection has some fields inside. As you can see, ID field, plot, genre, this image URL, title. You can create any date, you can create any array, and we are going to create all these collections using Mongoose. Let's remove this. We don't need this anymore. I'm going to come here, quick start. And this is how we are creating a new model. Firstly, we will create our schema. We will write all our fields and their types. And after that, using Mongoose model, we are going to pass here the collection name and our schema, which we defined here. Let's do that. I'm going to come here, close everything. I will open my menu. Let's close this, by the way. And inside the backend folder, let's create a new one. And it's going to be models. Again, we are going to have user model.js. Firstly, I'm going to create my schema, user schema, new Mongoose schema. Let's import this. Import schema from Mongoose. And also Mongoose from Mongoose, because we are going to use it here. Okay. So let's create our first field. You don't have to write ID, because by default, when you create any document, it's going to automatically create the ID. So what else we can need? We are going to need the username. Remember, when we create a new user, we are passing a username. And its type will be a string. I'll say required, because we cannot create a user without the username, and it's gonna be unique. So we cannot create different users with the same name. So this is our first field. What else we are going to need? It can be email address. It's going to be string required and unique. We can store the user image. Again, it's going to be string, but it's not required or unique. They don't have to create an avatar. And I'm going to create here an array, and it's going to be saved posts. Its type will be a string array. Basically, we are going to store here the post IDs. And when we save any post, we are going to push that post ID into this array. And by default, it's going to be an empty array because when we create a user, we are not going to have any saved posts. And finally, we are going to have the created at date. To do that, you can create a new field, but you don't need to do that. If you are using Mongoose, you can directly write here timestamps and true. In this case, when you create a new user, it's going to automatically create the created at and updated at time. So when you update your user, again, it's going to update the timestamp automatically. Okay, let's export our user model. Export default mongoose.model. And I'm going to write here my collection name, which is user, and I'm going to pass my user schema. Just like that. Let's close here, or it can stay. We can see our console. I'm going to save. And let's do the same thing for the other models. Again, I'm going to copy and paste. Here is going to be post and comment. I'm going to open post model, change this name. Post collection and schema. And comment. Okay. Let's remember again what we are going to need. We'll have the cover image, title, category, short description, and the content. Let's create them. We'll have the cover image, or directly, let's say image, is going to be a string. Because after uploading our images, we are going to store the image URL. It's not required or unique. They don't have to upload any image. Here is going to be title. It's going to be a string, required and unique. Or it doesn't have to be unique. I'm going to create a post slug. And this time I'll say unique. Because when we visit our single post page, we are going to show here the post slug. So for each post, it should be different slug. Here is going to be short description, again, string, but not required. We are going to have the content, string, but required. Here is going to be is featured. Its type will be Boolean. And by default, it's going to be false. And when we create a new post, we are going to store the visit number. And by default, it's going to be 0. And when we visit our posts, we are going to increase this number. Again, timestamps. And that's all, I think. If we need something else, we are going to come back and fix. So let's come here. And we are just going to have a description, string and required. I'm going to delete the others. But there is something important here. When we add a new comment or a new post, we should also store the owner of that post or comment. So I'm going to come here and say user its type will be our user model. To do that, we are going to be using schema types object ID. And I'm going to write here the reference point, which is our user model. And I will say required true. So when we create a new post, we are going to pass here our user ID, and it's going to automatically include all our user information, like username, image, or whatever it might be. So I can do the same thing for the comments, but I'm going to add one more, and it's going to be post. Each comment belongs to a post, just like that. Okay, our models are ready. We have the API endpoints. Right now, we are ready to make our first CRUD operation. So let's create a simple post. After, we are going to get the user information from Clerk, and after creating our users, we will be able to create our posts and comments on our application. But for now, we are going to be using Postman. It allows us to test our API endpoints. As you can see, we have our previous applications. Let's create a new collection. It's going to be a blog app. And I'm going to add a new request. Let's say create a post. I'll write my endpoint, which is localhost 3000 and posts. If I make a GET request, I'm going to get an error, as you can see, because we didn't define any GET request. If I come here and say rather.get request response response.send hello postman. Let's also write a status. You don't have to write, but in any case. Right now, if I send, as you can see, our answer is here. It took 11 milliseconds, it's really fast, and our response is 200, which is successful. So right now, when we make any request for this endpoint, we are going to return all the posts in the database. To do that, I will say async, because we are going to try to find our posts. I will say const posts await, and right now we can use our post model. Just like that. Of course, it's going to be .js. If you want to, you can change this name. I'm just going to say post. And let's see what methods do we have. As you can see, there are many options, but we are going to need this find. If I say post and find, it's going to get all the posts we have in the database. Right now, I'm going to return my posts. Just like that. I'm going to send, and as you can see, it's empty. Let's create a post using this MongoDB dashboard. Of course, we are going to add our post using Postman and our application, but for now, for understanding the get method, I just want to create a new document. As you can see, there's a default ID. I'm going to add here a title, task title. I'm going to add slug, description, and content. Let's remember again. Okay. And also I should add here a user. We don't have any, but let's say any random number. I'm gonna add, and it's here. Let's try to make our request again. And as you can see, we have one item inside this array, and this is our post. Right now, let's try to get a single post using this slug, because in our application, when we visit a page, we are going to be using this Slack and try to fetch our post. So again, I'm going to come here and I need to create a new endpoint. But at the end of the day, we are going to create many endpoints and it can be confusing to find all the requests and operations. To prevent this, let's separate our CRUD operations. In this case, we are just going to have here our request and we are going to make all the CRUD operations inside the controllers. So I will say controllers post.controller.js. So let's create our first function, const get posts. Of course, I will say export and it's going to be async. And we are going to find our posts here. Await post.find response.status 200 and we are going to send our posts. Let's make this again post. Right now we can use our function here. Just like that. I'm going to import. And right now it looks much simpler. We understand that when we use this router and this endpoint, it's going to run this controller. Okay, we don't need this anymore. And right now I can create my second endpoint. And it's going to be a get method again, but this time we are going to pass here our Slack. Since it's going to be dynamic, we can use colon and Slack. And let's say get post. I'm going to create one more function. It's going to be get post. But this time we are going to try to find a single item. And in this case, I'm going to say find one because it's a single item. And inside we are going to write our condition. The Slack will be the Slack that comes from our request. Basically, we are going to get this URL params and use it here. To do that, I'm going to write here request.params.slack. So this name should be exactly the same name here. And we are going to find our post and send it. So let's copy this. By the way, we said create post, but it's going to be get posts. Let's create one more. Add request. Get post. Again, localhost posts. And our Slack here. I'm going to send. And there's a problem. Our application crashed, I think. Yes, here. Okay, it says post model is not imported because we forgot here writing JS. I'm gonna send, and as you can see, our item is here. It's a single item, and we can see all the details. So what about creating a post? I'm gonna create a new request, create post. It's gonna be a post request, localhost posts, and right now we are gonna pass all the information we need using this body. I'm gonna choose raw and JSON, and we are gonna pass here our JSON object. Firstly, we are gonna pass a title from Postman, Slack, user, it can be any ID for now, and let's say content. Let's create our endpoint. This time it's gonna be a post method. And let's say create post. Just like that. In this case, we are gonna need one more function, which is create post. And right now we are gonna need all this body information. Let's say const new post. We are going to create a new post using our model and pass here our request and body. We are making a request and this is our body. And after that, we are going to save this post. I will say new post dot save. And that's all. Let's create a status and message. Or you can directly return post. Let's do that. Let's see. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, there's an error because by default, Express doesn't allow us to send any JSON. To prevent this, I'm gonna open my index.js. And after creating my application, I'm gonna write my first middleware. I will say use express.json. In this case, we are able to send any JSON file. And right now, let's try again. And another error. Because when we define our user, the ID type should be object ID, but we are just sending 1 through 3. This ID should be at least, let's see our single post here. As you can see, let's copy this actually. And we can write any text, doesn't matter, but the character number should be this long. Let's send, and as you can see, it's here. And as you realize, it added this is featured and visit. By the way, it should be 0. Oh, I said Boolean. Of course, it should be a number. So let's delete this post and create a new one. To do that, I'm going to create a new endpoint. This time it's going to be delete method. And we are going to pass here the post ID. Let's say delete post. I'm going to create one more function. It's going to be delete post. We are going to get the post ID from request. And using our post model, we are going to delete our item. To do that, I will say find by ID and delete. And inside, we are going to pass our ID, which is request.id here. And I will say post has been deleted. Of course, it's going to be params. Let's see. I'm going to create a new request. Delete post. Posts. And this ID. It's going to be a delete request. I'm going to send, has been deleted. If I try to fetch all my posts, as you can see, there is only one. Okay. This is how we are making our CRUD operations. But what if there is an error? Before Express 5, we had to wrap our promises using try catch and send our response here, status 500 and JSON, any message. And if you have any error handler inside the index.js, you had to write here next and throw your error. But after Express 5, we don't need them. We'll just define our error handler inside the index.js. If there's an error, it's gonna automatically catch that error and show us our error message. To do that, I'm gonna come here and right before this listen port number, I'm gonna create another middleware, and this is gonna be our error handler. Error handler basically takes 4 parameters. The first one is error, request, response, and next. And we can directly return this error using response.json, and you can return whatever you want, like message, error.message. If there is no message, you can say something went wrong. You can send your error status. Of course, comma here. And you can also send your stack. If you are not in the production, you can show your stack. And also we can pass here our response status. So we can see our status here. And it's gonna be error.status. If it doesn't exist, it's gonna be 500. And that's all. So if I come here, and let's say we encounter a problem, I'm gonna write here something doesn't exist. If I try to get all my posts, as you can see, our message is here. So we don't have to use try catch anymore. Our application will not crash. Okay. Right now you know how to make CRUD operations. So we are ready to add our users to database. I'm gonna close everything. Right now, as soon as we create a new user, we are gonna get all the information from Clerk and send it to our database. But how we are gonna know that we have a new user? It's really easy. We are just gonna set up a Clerk webhook, and whenever we add a new user or we delete a user or update, Clerk is gonna send a request to our endpoint, and inside that request, there will be all the user information. So using that information, we can create, delete, or update our users. So let's open our Clerk dashboard. And my documentation. And I'm gonna find Clerk webhooks. Let's search. As you can see, we are gonna listen Clerk events, and whenever any event happens related to users, we are gonna get a request from Clerk. To do that, we are gonna create one more route here. Let's say webhook. Again, I'm gonna create my router. Just like that. Let's create our controller. Webhook.controller. In the future, you might need different webhooks like Stripe or any other payment method. So this is why you might need this route and controller. Let's create our Clerk webhook. Async function. We'll get the request, return response. And right now we can use this function inside our route. Let's create our endpoint, router.post. Our endpoint will be Clerk. And we are going to call our Clerk webhook function. Just like that. Let's use our route inside the index file. So whenever we call localhost 3000 and webhooks, it's gonna run this webhook route. Just like that. Okay. So let's see how to receive events from Clerk. I'm gonna open my dashboard. I'm gonna come here, scroll down, and as you can see, there is webhooks. And inside, we are gonna add our endpoint. But there is something important here. We cannot use localhost here. To prevent this, we are gonna be using ngrok. It basically allows us to create HTTPS URLs, and instead of using our localhost, we'll be able to pass here that URL. Let's open that website, login, and here just choose your operating system and install ngrok. I'm gonna copy this, paste on my console. It's already installed, but anyway, I just want to show you. And after that, you are gonna connect to your account, just like that. And right now, you are ready to deploy your application. I'm gonna be using localhost 3000. And as you can see, this is our new URL. If I copy this and paste here, if I say posts, you are gonna see that our application works on this HTTPS URL. Right now we can use it here. And I'm gonna write my endpoint. Remember, webhooks and Clerk. Let me check this. Webhooks and Clerk. Okay, it's correct. And after that, we are gonna decide which events that we are gonna need. As you can see, there are many options, but we are gonna need our user events. Basically, when we create, update, or delete any user, we are gonna get a notification from Clerk. I'm gonna click here, choose all these events, and I will create. Okay, but there is something important here. Before getting any request to this endpoint, we have to make sure that the request comes from Clerk. So nobody else should be able to make a request to this endpoint. But how we are gonna verify our requests? It's really easy. If you scroll down, you are gonna see that there is a webhook script here. Basically, we are gonna store this secret, and whenever we receive any request to this endpoint, we are gonna check the request signature. We are gonna decrypt it using webhook secret, and if everything is okay, that means the request comes from Clerk. To do that, I'm gonna open my env file, and I'm gonna add here Clerk webhook secret. And I'm gonna paste my secret here. And let's see how to verify the request signature. I will open my documentation again, scroll down. As you can see, protect your webhooks from abuse. So we are gonna verify the request signature. Let's see how to do that. As you can see, we are gonna need this library. Let's copy this. npm install Swix. And actually, let's choose Express here. And as you can see, the request will include the payload and headers. We are going to create a new webhook using Swix. We are going to pass here our secret, and we are going to verify the request signature using this method. We are going to pass here payload and headers. And if there is something wrong, we are going to return an error. If everything is okay, we are going to catch the Clerk events and make our CRUD operations. As you can see, we are going to need one more library here because it's going to parse our payload. npm install body parser. And whenever we make this request, we are going to run this middleware. You can directly use it here. Just like that. Right now, I'm going to open my controller. And firstly, I'm going to get my webhook secret. Const webhook secret. Remember, it's inside process env. And what was the name? Let's remember again. Clerk webhook secret. And if it doesn't exist, we are going to return an error. Webhook secret needed. By the way, it's going to be webhook secret. And after that, we are going to get payload headers. We are going to make the verification just like that. Actually, let's say event instead of message. If there is an error, we can send any message. Webhook verification failed. And if everything is okay, we'll be able to use this event. Let's see how to do that. This is for Next.js, but it doesn't matter. We already know how to verify our signature. And after that, we are going to get the event. And we are going to write our first condition. We will say if the event type is user created, we are going to get all the user information inside this event and send it to our database. So let's copy here. I will say if it's created, const new user model, and we are going to pass here the user information. But remember, when we create a new user, we are going to have this Clerk ID. So we should also store this information. So I'm going to open my user model. And before this username, I will say Clerk ID. Type will be string. And it's going to be required. And of course, unique. Okay. So if a user deletes their account, we are going to check this user using this Clerk ID, and we are going to delete it. Okay. Let's import this, by the way. Import user from models, user model. So firstly, we are going to need Clerk ID. Let's say Clerk user ID, actually. And it's going to be event data.id. Actually, before doing this, let's see what's inside our data. And here is going to be webhook secret. And here is going to be event data, of course. And one more thing here, since we are using body parser for this endpoint, there will be conflict because we are using express.js. To prevent this, I'm going to move my router here. In this case, we are going to be using express.js for these endpoints. And for the webhook, we are going to be using body parser. Okay. Let's test. I'm going to come here. I'm going to delete my user and create a new one. Let's say test. I will come back, open my console, and as you can see, our user information is here. Picture, name, email, created at date, all this information. And as you can see, ID is here. So using this data, we can save our user. So I'm gonna open this, comment this out, Clerk user ID. I will say username, event data.username, email, data dot, let's open again. As you can see, there's an email addresses array, and inside we have the email address. I can actually write here a condition. If there is no username, use this email address, and the image will be event data profile image URL. If you need some other information, you can see them here. You can pass whatever you want. Right now, I can save my user, await new user dot save. And finally, I can return my response. Status 200. Message will be Webhook received. So we are going to send this message to Clerk. Let's try again. One more time. I'm going to delete my user. Create a new one. Let's open our MongoDB and users. And as you can see, our user is here. This is how we can store user information. So right now, when we create a post or a comment, we can use this user ID. So right now, we can make our application a little bit more secure. I'm going to close everything here, open my post route. For fetching posts, we don't need to do anything because everybody can fetch posts or a single post. But when it comes to post, update, or delete, we have to verify our user first. To do that, we are going to get the user session token from the client, and we are going to check and verify that token inside our backend. To do that, we are going to be using Clerk Express library. We are going to need Clerk Express. I will open my console and I will say npm install Clerk Express. Okay, by the way, don't worry about here. It's because of my Node.js version. So let's come back and see how to use it. Firstly, we are going to import Clerk middleware. Let's open index.js and import. And we are going to use this middleware here. app.use and Clerk middleware. Okay. Right now we are able to take the token from our client, but before we have to add our public and secret key inside the env file. Let's scroll up, quick start. After installing our library, as you can see, we have to pass our public and secret keys. Just like that. And after that, we are going to call our middleware. And right now, when we make a request from the client, we are going to pass our session token. And for each request, our middleware is going to check that token. If everything is okay, it's going to set our user information inside this auth field. Let's see how it works. I'm going to come here. For the test purpose, I'm going to create one more endpoint. Let's say get auth state. We'll get the request, return response. Let's get our state. Request.auth. And I'm going to send this state. Of course, slash here. Okay, let's see, by the way. It's going to be a function. I will come here, open my API and the endpoint. And as you can see, we don't have any session ID, any user ID. Everything is null. That's because we are not sending any session token. So using this information, we can protect our routes. I'm going to create one more endpoint. Let's comment this out. I will say protect. And here you can try to destructure user ID. And if it doesn't exist, you can return a new response with the status 401, which is not authenticated. Let's return this message. And if we have the user, you can return status 200, which is successful, and your message or any content here. Let's try. I will say protect. And as you can see, not authenticated. And also you can do this by using Clerk require auth method. Again, I'm gonna comment this out. Protect 2. This time, instead of writing this logic, you can directly call require auth that comes from Clerk Express. If I try to reach my page, as you can see, it's going to automatically redirect us to the home page. So if we are not authenticated, we won't be able to see this page. Okay, so you can use either way. Let's comment this out also. You can find it in the GitHub repository. So right now we can protect our post and delete route. Let's open this create post. And before creating any post, I'm going to check my user ID, const clerk user ID, request auth and user ID. If it doesn't exist, return response status 401, not authenticated. If we have the user ID, we can find the user in the database, because remember, we have the user ID, but we are going to need the underscore ID, because using that ID, we will be able to add a new post. We are going to pass our user ID here. Let's close this menu, and I will say const user await user model. Let's import. Just like that. And I will say find one and pass here Clerk user ID. If you want to, you can write here if user doesn't exist, return response status 404, user not found. But you don't have to do this, because if you have Clerk user ID, that means you have the user, but anyway, it can stay. And right now, we can pass all the post details like title, description, image, and also we are gonna pass our user here. I will say user dot underscore ID, and also everything inside this body. Okay. And also we will check if this post belongs to us. So I will say user ID. So we cannot delete other users' posts. I'm gonna save. And right now, let's open Postman and try to delete and create a new post. I will come here, choose create post. Let's change the title, Slack. I'm gonna send, not authenticated, because we don't have a token inside our header. But how we are gonna add that? Let's get the token from our React application. To do that, I'm gonna open my Navbar, and here I'm gonna call the get token function. Const get token it comes from use Auth, as you can see, from Clerk React. And I'm going to call this function right now. Let's use a use effect. Of course, we are going to delete this later. We are just testing. I'll say get token function. And it's a promise, so I can use then. I will take the token and console log. Let's see. I'll open my console, and as you can see, there is a token here. Let's copy this. Open Postman, and I'm gonna choose headers, and right here, my authorization token. The key will be authorization, and inside value, I'll write bearer and my token here. We have the body, and let's send. Okay, still not authenticated. We have the headers. Let's console log. I'll open my console. Send it again. Okay, it's here. It should work. Let's check our env file. Secret key and public key 2JA. I'm gonna open React env file. Okay, it's exactly the same. Let's open our dashboard. Scroll down and find API keys. Okay, this is correct. Oh, this is different. We made a mistake here. Let's change it. I'm gonna save. Let's close here. I'm gonna get my JWT again. I'm gonna refresh my page. Copy this. And change here. Again, bearer and our token. I'm gonna send. And as you can see, our post is here. Let's get the slug. Or we were using ID for deleting the post. Okay, we are using ID. Let's copy this. Delete post. I'm gonna send. As you can see, not authenticated. But if I do exactly the same thing here, headers, authorization, and bearer token. And post has been deleted. Okay, it works. But there is something wrong here. Even if this post doesn't belong to us, it's gonna send this response. To prevent this, we are gonna check if we deleted this post or not. So let's say deleted post. And I will say if deleted post doesn't exist, return response status. This time I will say 403, which is not allowed. And I'm gonna send my message. You can delete only your posts. Okay. And if we have the post, we are gonna return this answer. So right now you know how to protect routes, how to make CRUD operations, and we are ready to create a new post on our React application. Let's come here. open our page here. I will close everything. Open the right page. And right now, when we click on this send button, we are gonna submit this form and we are gonna send all these details to our database. To do that, we are gonna be using React Query. It's one of the most popular React libraries, and it basically allows us to fetch and mutate our data inside our React application. It's important because it automatically caches, and when we update our data, it automatically revalidates. What I mean? For example, let's open a single page, single post page, and using React Query, we are gonna fetch all the post comments. And whenever we add a new comment, it's gonna automatically refresh our data. It also returns its pending state and error state. So during the fetching or mutating process, we can show our loading indicator. Let's create our first post, and after you are gonna understand better. Let's install first. I'm gonna copy this. Open my console, npm install 10-stack React Query. Let's copy here. Open our main.js. I'm gonna close here. Just like that. And I'm gonna wrap my entire application with this provider. After this Clerk provider, I'll say query client provider and wrap my router. Let's pass here our query client, just like that, and that's all. Right now we can use it in our pages and components. We don't need this here. We are gonna use it when we fetch data. And as you can see, this is how we are fetching data. Use query function. We are gonna pass here any query key. For example, when we fetch all our posts, we can just write here posts. We are gonna understand here better when we use mutation. And after that, we are gonna add here our query function. As you can see, we are fetching our data and return this response. During this fetching process, we can show a loading indicator. If there's an error, we can show it. And if everything is okay, it's gonna return our data. Let's actually fetch our data first. I will copy here, open my post list page. And if you remember, we have the post list component. Let's open and fetch our data here. I'm gonna import. Okay, it's not coming. Let's import here. From 10-stack React Query. You can use here JavaScript fetch, but in this tutorial, I'm gonna be using Axios. I'll say npm install Axios. It's an alternative to fetch request, but using Axios is much faster and easier. Let's import. So let's write our fetch function here. I'll say const fetch posts async. I'll say const response axios.get method, and we are going to write here our endpoint. Remember, localhost 3000, but instead of writing this again and again, we can store this in our env file. And when we deploy our application, it will be much easier to change here. So I will say with API URL, and I'm gonna paste it here, just like that. I can close here and here, and let's use it. Remember how we are calling our env variables. I will say import meta env and the variable name. with API URL. And I'm gonna write here my endpoint, which is posts. And if everything is okay, it's gonna return our data, and we can return it here, response.data. That's all. So using Axios, we don't have to transform this into response.json. We can directly return our data. Okay, right now we can use our function here, just like that. And let's see. I'll say console log data. Open my console. And as you can see, there is an error here, and it says the request has been blocked by course policy because our API doesn't allow to make requests from other applications because our port number is different. To prevent this, I'll open my API console, npm install course. Let's open our index file. I'll import course here. And after this app, I will say app use the course middleware, and we are gonna pass here our client URL. Let's do the same thing. I'm gonna store this here. Client URL, HTTP, localhost, and the port number. I'm gonna save, use it here. Let's try again. I'm gonna refresh my page. There is no error, but there is no data. Oh, I forgot here writing await. It's a promise. And right now our data is here. There's an array, and inside this array there is one item, and this is our post. So this is how we are fetching data. Of course, later we are going to be using the infinite scroll feature, but for now it can stay like that. You know how to fetch data, and now we are ready to mutate our data. Let's come here, find mutations. So inside our write page, we are going to be using use mutation function. We are going to pass here our post details like title, description, and we are going to make a post request. This is going to be our endpoint. Let's do this. I'm going to copy this, open my write page, and paste it here. Let's import. But there is something important here. We cannot call use mutation conditionally because we are using loading and user conditions. I'm gonna move this before those conditions. I will call Axios post our endpoint, and we are gonna pass here our new post. But remember, to add a new post, we have to be authenticated first. So we need this token here. So I'm gonna import getToken function, const getToken from use auth. And let's use it here. In this case, I'm gonna be using async because we are gonna fetch our token, const token await getToken function, and we are gonna send our header here. After this post, I'll say headers, and remember our key is authorization, and the value is bearer and our token here. So we are ready to use this mutation, but before, let's get our information from the form. I'll say on submit, handle submit, const handle submit, event, and I will say event prevent default, because by default, when you submit a form, it's gonna refresh the page. To prevent this, we are using event prevent default. So let's get our data from the form. If you remember, we have our inputs here, and I'm gonna give a name for my inputs. It's gonna be title. Let's check our post model. Image, title, slug, description, and content. We need also category. Let's add this here. It's gonna be string, and by default, it's gonna be general. So if we don't have any category, it's gonna be general. So let's get this title, description, and content from the user. Like that. Category. And description. Let's check. Okay, it's same. And our content is inside React Query. To get the data from React Query, we are gonna need a use state. Let's open the documentation again. I'm gonna scroll down. And as you can see, we are gonna create a value state and pass it inside our component. So when we change anything inside our editor, it's gonna automatically set this value. Let's create. I'm gonna import use state and use my value here. Just like that. Okay. Let's see what we have inside our form. I'll say const form data, new form data, and we are gonna pass here our event target. It basically represents our form, and using form data, we'll be able to reach all of our inputs using their names. So I will say const data. The title will be form data get and title again. We are able to fetch this because of this name. So it should be exactly the same name here. I'll say category, description, and content. But remember, it comes from our value here. So I'm gonna change it. Let's see, I will say console log data, test, content, and let's choose any category here. I'm gonna send, open my terminal. As you can see, there's an object here, and it includes our inputs. Okay, it works. After, we are gonna add our image, and we will be able to add image and video here, but for now, let's try. I'm gonna use my mutation function, mutation.mutate, and pass here my data. So it's gonna get this data here and pass it to our database. I'm gonna save. I will send. Let's open our MongoDB and refresh here. I'm gonna zoom in, by the way. And it's not here. It's because this slug, I think, because we didn't pass. Let's open our controller. We have the user ID, all the body information, but we don't have slug. So I'm gonna generate a new slug here. I'll say let slug. And we are gonna generate this using the title. So if we say my new post, is gonna generate the lowercase version of this title. And we are gonna delete the space, and it's gonna be just like my new post. But remember, this Slack has to be unique. So if we already have this Slack inside the database, we are gonna add here 2. And if it also exists, it's gonna be 3, 4, 5. So basically we are gonna create a loop here. Firstly, let's create our Slack. We are gonna be using request body title. I will say replace. And I'm gonna get all the spaces and replace them with dash. And also it's gonna be lowercase. And right now we are gonna check if this post exists or not. Let existing post await post model find one. And we are gonna write here our condition, and it's gonna be Slack. So if this Slack exists, we are gonna change it. Firstly, we are gonna add here 2. So let's create a counter. And we are gonna write a loop here. I'll say if existing post, that means we have to change our Slack. So I will say Slack equals get the previous Slack and add here counter. And after that, we are gonna check again. Await post, find one, and Slack. And if it exists, we are gonna increase this counter. In this case, it's gonna be 3, and we are still inside the loop. Our Slack will be my title and this counter. And again, we are gonna check our post. If it exists, again, we are gonna increase. If not, here is gonna be null. So we are not in this loop anymore. We can save our post. So let's add here our Slack. Okay. Let's use it again. By the way, I forgot adding here my endpoint. Import meta env with API URL. Let's see. My title, description, I'm gonna choose a category. I'll say test. Let's increase the size. And let's make this underlined and bold. I'm gonna send. Let's see. Of course, we are gonna show our loading indicator and errors, but for now, let's check from here. And as you can see, our post is here, and this is our Slack. All these informations are here. This is our user ID. And if I try to create exactly the same title, description 2, test 2, I'm gonna send, refresh here. And this time our Slack is my title too. So it works. So right now we can show our loading indicator. As you can see, we can use mutation, is pending, is error, is success. Let's use them. I'll come here and I'll say if mutation is pending, write loading here. If not, send. And also we can disable our button. It's going to be disabled if it's pending. I'm going to close this menu. And let's change our class name. I'll say if it's disabled, background will be lighter. Let's say 400. And the cursor will be not allowed. So we cannot click. And if there's an error, we can show it here. mutation is error. And this message here. And if it's successful, you can write anything here, but I prefer using onSuccess event here. After the mutation function, I'll say onSuccess. If it's successful, we'll get the response, which is our new post. And we are gonna navigate it to that post. So we are gonna change here, and it's gonna be test title. To do that, we are gonna be using useNavigate hook. Const navigate, useNavigate, that comes from React Router DOM. And I'll say navigate response data.slack. And also we can show here a success message. To do that, we are going to be using React Toastify. Let's search here. I'm going to copy this. As you can see, it's really popular. Open my client, npm install, and since we are using React RC, I'm going to add here a flag. And after that, as you can see, there are many options here. Firstly, I'm going to add my container and this CSS. And if I do this inside my main.js, I will be able to use it anywhere I want. So let's open main.js, import this. We don't need this toast here. And I'm gonna use my container here. Just like that. And I'm gonna write here my position. I want to see it on the bottom right. Let's close this. And right now we can use our toast function. Let's import React Toastify. And I'm gonna send a success message. And let's say post has been created. Let's see. My story. Test. Hello. And send. As you can see, loading indicator was there. And this is our notification. When you hover over, it's gonna stop. Okay. As you can see, Slack is my story. Right now, we can fetch a single post using this Slack. But before, let's take care of our images. When I click here, we'll be able to upload an image. And also, I'm gonna add here 2 buttons that we can upload images and videos. Let's close everything here, open our right page. And I'm gonna come here, create a div. And next to our editor, I'm gonna create 2 buttons. The first one will be image button. Let's actually choose any emoji here. It's gonna be easier. And for video. Let's separate those items. Flags, flags column, gap between our icons. And I'm gonna separate my icons and my editor. So I'll say margin right. And I will say flags here. So our buttons and this editor will be horizontal. Of course, later I'm gonna change those icons. I don't have any image yet, but at the end of the video, I'm gonna update them. You can find it in the GitHub repository, but they can stay like that for now. I will just give cursor pointer here. And let's start with our cover picture. When I click on this button, it's gonna open my image folder and we are gonna select an image. To upload any file, we are gonna be using ImageKit again. Let's open our documentation. React, uploading files. And as you can see, for uploading files, firstly, we are gonna need a backend because it's gonna verify our request. If we are not authorized, we won't be able to upload any image. And this is awesome because nobody else will be allowed to upload any file, so it's gonna add an extra security. Firstly, let's import our library. I'll copy this, open my terminal, npm install ImageKit. And after that, we are going to be using this middleware, so it's going to allow cross-origin requests. Let's open our menu, close here, and inside the backend, I'm going to find my index file, and let's write our middleware here. Right now, we can create our endpoint. Let's open post route. I'll create a new route. It's going to be a GET request. And I will say upload auth. But there is something important here. Since we are using a dynamic Slack, there will be a conflict. It's gonna think that this is a Slack. To prevent this, I'm gonna move this at the top of my requests. Let's say upload auth. And let's create our function inside the controller. Const, the function name is going to be an async function. Of course, we are going to export this. Let's get the request and response. And let's see how to verify our request. As you can see, it's really easy. We are just going to be using get authentication parameters function. And we are going to send this result. I'll say const result, our function, response, send, and result. Let's define our image kit here. Const image kit. So we are going to create a new image kit instance here. As you can see, that comes from image kit. Let me show you here. And inside, we are going to pass our public and private keys. As you can see, let's copy this, paste here, open our env file, and write here our keys. I'm going to separate them. Let's say ImageKit, URL endpoint, public key, and private key. Let's remember again. I'm going to open my dashboard. Developer options. This is our endpoint. Public key and private key. Okay, let's use them. I'm gonna delete them. I'll say process env ImageKit underscore. The first one will be URL endpoint. Here is gonna be public key. And here is gonna be private key. Okay, so right now when we send a request from our React application, we are gonna be using exactly the same key and endpoint. So it's gonna verify our upload request and send this result. And using that result, our component will make sure that we are authenticated and it's gonna start the uploading process. So let's see how to upload files. I'm gonna come here. And inside our React application, we are gonna be using this authenticator. It basically sent a request to our endpoint. If there is an error, it's gonna throw this error and it's not gonna allow us to upload image. And if everything is okay, we are gonna have the verified data and we will be able to upload our images and videos. Let's paste it here inside right, just like that, but it's gonna be our endpoint. Remember, it's inside our env file. Import meta env with API URL and our endpoint here, posts, and what was that? Upload auth. Just like that. Okay. And right now we can use our upload component. Let's copy this. And for now, let's comment this out and write our context here. I will close this menu, import my context, ImageKit.io React, and we are going to pass here our public key, URL endpoint, and authenticator function. Let's get them from env again. With ImageKit public key. And here is going to be endpoint. Okay. After that, we are going to use this ImageKit upload component. Let's import this also. And we are going to use it inside our context. Let's see. Just like that. Let's copy this. And paste here. Let's comment them out. Save the file and let's see. As you can see, there is a file input here. When I click, it's gonna open my folder and we can choose any image here. And as soon as I choose any image, it's gonna start uploading. Let's click, open our dashboard. Library. Okay, it's not here. There must be an error. Let's open our console. As you can see, our backend API has crashed because we couldn't import this function. Because I forgot adding comma here. Let's close this terminal, save our file. I'm gonna try again. Let's choose this one. I'll come here, refresh, and as you can see, it's here. And the file name is exactly the same name here. So instead of this file name, you can also use unique file name. So for each file, it's gonna generate a new name. And let's take care of on error and success. Let's create our functions here. Const on error. If there's an error, we can console log. And also we can show it as a notification. To do that, we are going to be using Toastify. This time we are going to send an error message. Image upload failed. Just like that. And also, if everything is successful, it's going to return our response. And inside this response, we have the image URL. Let's see, I'm going to save. Let's actually close everything here, except for our dashboards. ImageKit can stay. I'll open my console, choose an image, and as you can see, it returns our response, and inside this response, we have the file path and also the image URL. So using this URL or path, we can store the cover picture. So let's create a new state here. I'll say cover, set cover. At the beginning, it's going to be an empty string. If we upload a cover picture, we can set our state here. Set cover, and we are going to send here our response. And also we can keep track of our progress on upload progress. Let's create one more function, and it's going to return our progress. And inside this progress, let's see what we have. I'm going to upload a new file. As you can see, we have the total bytes and the loaded bytes. Of course, it was too fast, but if our connection is slow, we are going to see that this value is increasing slowly. Let's actually write here our percentage. So let's create a new state. I'll say progress, set progress. At the beginning, it's going to be 0. And during this uploading process, we can set our state, and I'll say progress.loaded divided by progress.the total number. And if I multiply this by 100, it's going to give me the percentage. Of course, I'm going to use here math.round because I want to see rounded number. And let's use it here. I will just say progress, just like that. And during the uploading process, we can disable our button. So I will say if it's pending, or if the progress is bigger than 0 and smaller than 100. At the beginning, it's going to be 0, so it's not going to be disabled. And after finishing the uploading process, it's going to be 100. Again, it's not going to be disabled. I'm going to save, open my console. Right now, I'm going to decrease my network speed. It's going to be really slow. Let's choose this image. And as you can see, our progress is changing. Okay. By the way, of course, bigger than 0. So let's see our button also. I'm going to choose image. Of course, it was too fast again. Let's use our network. As you can see, it was disabled. Okay, it works. So right now we can do exactly the same thing for this button and this button. So instead of using this same component again and again, let's create a reusable upload component. Inside components, I'll say upload. Create my component here. And I will get all these functions. Paste here. And right now, we are going to get this progress from the parent and set data instead of this cover. Let's call our function here. I'm going to cut this, paste here. Let's import them. just like that. I'm gonna call my authenticator function. Again, I'm gonna cut. Let's paste it here. And also, we can show here a custom button. Again, we can take this from the parent. I'll say children. And finally, we can take a type. When we click on this button, we are going to accept only images. And for this video button, we are going to accept only videos. So I will say type, close this menu, and let's use our children here. I can delete here, and I'm going to create here a div, use my children. And right now, I don't want to see this file input anymore. So let's say class name, hidden. But whenever we click on this custom button, we are going to call this file input. To do that, we can use ref hook. I'll say const ref use ref that comes from React. It's going to be null. I'm going to use it here. And whenever we click on this button, we are going to call this ref. And we are going to click. So using this reference, we are going to click on this file input. And again, we will be able to choose any image. Let's say cursor pointer. And I can use my types here. I'll say accept. And it's going to be image and all the extensions, or video and all the video extensions. I'm going to save. Let's check again. Okay, we can use it. I can remove this. And right now, I can use my button. To do that, I'm going to call my upload component and wrap my custom button here. Let's give here a type. It's going to be image, set progress, and set data. In this case, we are going to update our cover picture. And that's all. Let's see. I'm going to click. As you can see, it opens my content. I can choose any image. Progress is 100%. So it works. Let's do the same thing for the other buttons. I will copy this. Instead of this div, I can paste my upload component and delete this button. I'm going to change here. Okay. And this time we are going to set our image and video. Let's use them here. Set image, set video. And right now, each time we change our image or video, we are going to update our editor content. By the way, its height is shorter right now because we cannot use this flex anymore. Let's use it here on the parent. Actually, we can use flex one here also, so it's going to fit inside the parent. Just like that. Okay. So I'm going to create a use effect here. Use effect. And whenever our image changes, we are going to update our value. So I will say if there's an image, because at the beginning, I don't want to run this effect. Set value will be take the previous content, previous content plus our image here. So I can create here a p tag and inside an image tag and pass here our image URL. Let's see. I'll say test, enter, and I want to add here an image. I will choose this. After uploading, as you can see, our image is here. Let's do the same thing for the video. But this time we are going to be using iframe and we have to give here a quell video class name. Otherwise we won't be able to see our video here. If you want to, you can show a text like video or video edit. But anyway, I want to see my video here, so it can stay like that. And one more thing, when we upload any image or video, we can disable our code editor. To do that, we are going to be using read only and write here our condition. Again, if it's bigger than 0 and smaller than 100. So right now, let's click here. By the way, it should be type video, but we can choose only images. Let's change here. It's going to be video. Let's see again, and perfect. Right now they are disabled and we can choose a simple video here. I'm going to click. And as you can see, it was really quick again, and our video is here. Let's remove this. And right now, if we have any cover picture, we are going to send it to our database. So I will say image, cover, and path. And if it doesn't exist, we are going to send an empty string. Okay, this is how we are uploading images, how we are mutating data. Right now, let's take care of the data fetching. To do that, I'm going to add here some test posts. I'm going to choose this cover picture. By the way, after choosing your image, you can show it somewhere here. I'm going to write my title, category. I'm just going to generate a random text. And here I will send. Let's do the same thing a couple more times. I don't want to be navigated for now. I'm just going to comment this out and here. Let's choose this one. Again, I'm going to paste. Let's check them. I hope everything is okay. I'm going to refresh. Okay, they are here. So right now I can open them, close everything here. And right now we are going to fetch all these items on our list page. And instead of showing this dummy data, we can show the post from our database. Let's open our post list and my React query documentation here. We don't need them anymore. And right now, instead of use query hook, we are going to be using infinite queries. So at the beginning, let's say we are going to fetch only 5 posts. And after that, if we scroll down, it's going to fetch 5 more posts. Again, it's going to fetch the next 5. So let's copy this. Paste here. Let's import. Right now we don't have is pending. Instead, we are going to be using status. If status equals loading, it's going to show this loading. And if status equals error, it's going to show, let's say, something went wrong. Let's change here. I'll say posts. And my fetching function here, remember, it's here. But this time we are going to pass here page param. And at the beginning, it's going to be 1. So basically, we are going to fetch the first 5 items. I'm going to get this param and pass it here. I'll say params, page, and page param. Basically, when we make a request, we are going to call localhost 3000 posts, and we are going to add here page, and it's going to fetch the first page. And also we are going to need here a limit, so it's going to be, let's say, 5, and that means it's going to fetch only 5 items. And if the page is 2, it's going to skip the first 5 items and it's going to return the next 5. So let's get this in our post controller. Right now we are going to get the page, const page, but since we are sending here a string, we should transform this into an integer. So I will say parse int request query and page. And if it doesn't exist, it's going to be 1. Let's do the same thing for the limit. Just like that. And by default, it's going to be, let's say, 5. Actually, let's say 2, so we can see better. After, we are going to change here. And right now, I can use them here. We are going to find all the items. I'll say limit. Pass here our limit. And also, we are going to skip page minus 1 multiplied by 5. So for the first page, here is going to be 0, so it's not going to skip anything. It's going to show 5 items. If the page is 2, it's going to be 1 multiplied by 5, it's going to be 5. So it's going to skip the first 5 items and it's going to send us the next 5 items. This is how it works. I will save. And also, we can send has more information. So let's say we have 6 posts. It's going to send the first 5 posts, but we have one more post inside the database. So we are going to send this information here, and we are going to get that information using this hook. So when we scroll down, we can fetch the page too. To do that, I'm going to get the total number first. Const total posts, await post, and I will say count documents. So it's going to give me the number of posts. Let's say has more. And I will say page multiplied by limit should be smaller than total posts. So page 1, limit 5, here is going to be 5. It's smaller than the total post number 6. That means we have more items. Let's pass it here as an object. And let's use them here. Initial page will be 1. And we are going to write here a condition. I will say if has more. We are going to increase the page number. Pages.length plus 1. So we are going to fetch the next items. If we don't have any more items, let's just say undefined. Let's see what we have inside this data. I'll open my console. As you can see, the first page, and there's an pages array here, and inside we have the posts. As you can see, we have 2 posts and we have more items. So right now we can increase our page params and fetch the second 2 items. Instead of this dummy data, let's use our data, pages, and posts array. But there is something important here. For the first page, we are going to have our posts. It's an array and it includes our posts. And for the second page, again, we are going to have the posts array. And for the third, so basically we are going to need each posts here. So I'm going to transform them into a single array, just like that. So I can use it here, map through this array, and show our post list items. To do that, I'm going to be using flat map. I will say const all posts data.pages, and I'll say flat map, take each page and return their posts. And if it doesn't exist, it's going to be an empty array. So let's use it here. All posts.map for each post, show this post item. So we can delete the others. And we need here a unique key, and it's going to be post ID. And let's pass our post here. Let's see. And as you can see, we have 2 posts. But how we are going to use infinite scroll? You can do this without using any library, but it's going to be too complicated. We are going to need refs, observers. To prevent this complexity, we can use a library. And it's going to be React Infinite Scroll component. Again, it's pretty popular. Let's install. Just like that. Let's copy here. I'll close. And instead of this div, let's call our component. And instead of these items, I'm going to use this map. Okay. Let's import infinite scroll from React Infinite Scroll component. And I'm going to pass here our all posts. When we scroll down, it's going to run this function, but in our case, we are going to need this function. So React Query is going to fetch the data, just like that. We can use here as next page. If it exists, it's going to be true. Let's say loading more posts. And all posts loaded. Let's remove this style. Of course, you can change the style of this component and this loading indicator, but it can stay like that. It's not that important. We don't need these items. Whenever we are at the end of the page, it's going to try to fetch a new data. I'm going to delete this and let's try. I will come here. Right now, I'm going to scroll down, check this scroll bar. As you can see, it's short. If I scroll down, as you can see, it's fetching new data. Okay, it's still loading more posts. Let's come back. As next page. By the way, I'm gonna move them here. Because we are gonna get the data later. Have the page param. We can also send here our limit. It's gonna be 2. Oh, of course, here is gonna be our limit. Let's see, right now I'm gonna refresh. 2 items, 4, 6. And after loading everything, it's gonna say all posts loaded. This is how infinite data fetching works. Since we removed our div, we don't have any space anymore. So I'm gonna open my list page, list item, and let's say margin bottom. It was bigger, I think. Okay, it's much better. Right now we can change our post information here. If you remember, we passed here our post. Let's take this as a prop. I'll change here. It's going to be post.title. Description. If there's an image, we are going to show it here. Just like that. We are going to show our Slack here. Post.slack. And for the date, we can use our created at date, but we have to format this. To do that, we are going to be using timeago.js. npm install timeago.js. Let's use it here. We are going to take the format from our library. And we are going to pass here post.createdAtDate. I'm going to save. And they are here. But we don't have images. Okay, they are empty. Let's open our right page again. We have the cover picture. Cover path, but it's sending this empty image. Set cover. Let's see this console log. I will add this image. Oh, it's going to be file path. Okay. Right now, let's say test image. I'm going to send. Let's come back. And as you can see, image is here. But anyway, they can stay like that. But what about this user? Firstly, I'm going to update this category. Post list item and here. Just like that. And for this username, remember, inside our post model, we have the user. So using this field, we can reach the username. To do that, I will come here and I will say populate the user field, and we are going to get only username. And right now, I can say post.user.username. Just like that. it's the same name. Okay, let's do the same thing for the single page. I'll close them, open my single post page, and let's fetch our data. Firstly, we are going to get this slug, by the way. When I click on this title, it should open our slug. Let's get back and update here. Post.slug. Okay. Right now we are going to get this slug and fetch a single post. So I can use query hook. I'll say const is pending error and data. Use query. I'm gonna import this like that. And let's write here our fetch method. I'll say const fetch post async function. We are gonna pass here our slug. Const response, we are gonna be using Axios. Again, let's import. It's gonna be a get request. I'll say import meta env API URL posts, and I'm gonna pass here my slug, just like that. And it's gonna return our response. If I say return response.data, we'll be able to get all the post information. So I can use it here. Firstly, I'm gonna give query key, and it's gonna be post, and I'm gonna give here my slug. Of course, we don't have yet. Let's create. I'll say const slug that comes from the URL params. To do that, we are gonna be using use params hook that comes from React Router DOM, and I'm gonna use it here. So basically, we are gonna give different query key for each post. So our key will be post my awesome story 3. So if we want to refresh this single post, we are going to be using this query key. Let's write our function, fetch post, and pass here our slug. Let's use our status here. If it's pending, return loading. If there is an error, something went wrong, you can also show here your error message. And if there is no data, I will just say post not found. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is our list item component. It should be single post, of course. Okay. Let's remove them. And right now we can use our data here. Again, data.title. By the way, in the single page, again, we are going to need our username and also this user image. So I will open my controller and I will say populate. We are going to get the user and we are going to need username and also the user image. Let's use them here. Post user.username. Of course, it's going to be data, not post. Here is going to be category. Again, we are going to be using our date. Let's say format data.created@date. Description. And here is going to be our image. let's write our condition data.image. If it exists, we are going to show it here. And again, data user image and the condition data user and username. We didn't add any user description. It can stay like that, or those buttons. Later we are gonna fix them. Let's save and see. Okay, there is something wrong. Again, I forgot await here. And perfect. So let's do the same thing for the comments. I will come here, copy this, open my comments. Let's paste it here. I'll write my fetch request here. Let's say fetch comments, Axios, comments, and we are going to pass here our post ID. Let's take this here. In this case, we are going to get this post ID from the parent. Let's import use query. I will say comments and post ID and pass here my post ID again. So let's use them here. I'll say data.map for each comment. Let's call this component, remove the others, add here a unique key, comment.id, and I'm gonna pass here my comment. Let's open our controller. Okay, we have route, but we didn't create any endpoint. Let's do this quickly. I'll say router get, and we are gonna pass here post ID, and let's say get post comments. And we are gonna have two more. It's gonna be post. Again, we are gonna pass here our post ID, add comment, and we'll be able to delete our comment. In this case, we are just gonna pass here the comment ID. Let's create them. Comment controller, export const, get comments, request response, of course, is gonna be async. Two more is gonna be add comment and delete comment. Let's import them right now. Okay, right now I'm gonna be using my model. As you can see, we have the user and post. So I will say const comments await comment model dot find, but before, let's import this. Models comment model. Let's remove this. And I'm gonna write my condition. Firstly, the post will be our post ID, request params dot post ID. Let's remember again here. And also we are gonna add the user information. Let's choose our user, and we are gonna get the username and image. And we are gonna sort this. Let me close this menu, and we are gonna sort by created at date. -1. So it's going to show the latest comments first. Let's say response JSON comments. And let's see. Okay, it's still loading. That means there is something wrong. Probably I forgot JS. Okay. I'm gonna refresh. Scroll down. Okay, there is an error here. Because we didn't pass our ID, I think. As you can see, we are getting this as a prop. But in the single post page, we are not passing our post ID. Data.id. Okay, I'm gonna save. Our component is here, but we don't have any comments. So our data is an empty array right now. Okay, by the way, we don't need this because we are gonna need this input. And right now, let's try to add a new comment. I'm gonna come here, open my controller. Firstly, to add a new comment, we should be authenticated first. Remember how we are doing this. Clerk user ID, request, auth, and user ID. And also I'm gonna get my post ID, request params. I'll say if it doesn't exist, we are gonna return a response. Status will be 401 and JSON will be not authenticated. If everything is okay, we are gonna find our user, const user and user model. Let's import this. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget. And I'll say find one and pass here clerk user ID. And right now, using this user ID, we can add a new comment. Let's say const new comment. I'm gonna pass here all the request body. We are just gonna have description, but anyway. And I will say user will be user.id. And also we are gonna need our post, and it's gonna be post ID. Let's save and send our response. New comment dot save. Of course, it's an async function, so I will await. Response status 200. Actually, let's say 201, which means successfully created JSON and saved comment. Let's do the same thing here. Right now, I'm gonna get my comment ID, and I will say const deleted comment, await comment, find one and delete, and I'm gonna pass here the comment ID, which is this ID, and also we have to make sure that this comment belongs to our user. So I will say user should be user.id. Let's write our condition. If it doesn't exist, that means it's not our comment. Deleted comment. I will return a response. Status will be 403. You can delete only your comment. And if everything is okay, we are gonna return 200 status code. Comment deleted. Okay. Let's try to add a new one. I will come here, And again, we are going to be using mutations. So let's open write page, copy here, I'm going to paste and import them. Again, we are going to need our token. So let's get this here. Const get token, use auth. And here is going to be comments, new comment. We'll pass our token. If everything is okay, we are going to call this notification. Comment has been created. And we are not going to navigate. Instead, we are going to refresh our data. To do that, we are going to need our query client. Query client. Use query client. That comes from 10-stack React query. It basically allows us to revalidate our data. In our case, we are going to revalidate this data. At the beginning, it's an empty array. When we add a new comment here, we are going to refresh this data using this query key. Actually, we are not going to need this toast because we are going to see our comment. So let's say query client, invalidate queries, and I'm going to pass here my query key. And it's going to be exactly the same key. Just like that. Let's delete this response. And if there's an error, this time we can show our toast component. Error message, and we are going to show here error response dot data. Okay, so let's use this mutation. Firstly, I'm going to create here onSubmit function, const handle submit. And remember, we don't want to refresh the page, so I will say prevent default. We are going to get the form data, new form data, event target. We are doing exactly the same thing here. And I will get my data, and it's going to include only description, form data.get, and the input name, which is description. Finally, using this data, I can call my mutate function. Let's see our form. As you can see, it's not a form. So let's say form on submit event, and we are going to call handle submit. And we should give here the input name, and it's going to be description. It should be exactly the same name here. Let's see. By the way, I'm going to give here a margin. And of course, we are going to pass here our ID, post ID, because we are going to need it here. By the way, I forgot await here. Let's test. I'll say test, send. And as you can see, there is a comment here. If I add one more, it immediately revalidates our data. Let's add our information here. Comments. We are sending here our comment. Let's open our single comment. It's going to be user, username. If there is an image, just like that, and our description. Let's change this date. comment created at. Okay, awesome. And we can do one more thing here. We can optimistically update our data here. So let's say our connection is too slow. When I click on this button, we are going to send our comment here immediately. If the process is completed, we are going to show here the data from our database. What I mean by that? Let's come back here. By the way, we can show them right under our form. I'll say if it's pending, let's say loading. If there is an error loading comments. If not, we are going to show our data. But right now, when we click on this button, we are going to send our data immediately here. Remember, inside this mutation function, we have isPending method. We can use it. I will copy this, write here React fragments, and our data here. And I'll write here a condition. I'll say if mutation is pending, show here our comment, and as comment prop, we are going to send here the description, which comes from mutation.variables.description. Basically, this variable is this new comment, and that includes our description. So we are going to show it here, but next to that, I'm going to show the sending indicator. So we'll make sure that this is not in our database yet. I'll say created at date, new date. So it's going to be now. And also we are going to need our user information. To do that, we can use Clerk. I'll say const user, use user hook here. And let's use our user information. The image will be user.image URL, and the username will be user.username. So I'm going to write here a temporary timeout function. I'll say set timeout. It's going to take 3 seconds. And after, we are going to send our response. Let's try. Test optimistic. I'll send. As you can see, it's immediately here. It's sending. After that, our data is here. But our description was undefined. Okay, there is a typo here. And this image is not inside our media storage. This is why we are seeing broken image. So basically, when we create a new user, we should also upload this to ImageKit, but it can stay like that. Let's test it again. I'll say optimistic to sending. As you can see, our message sending, user information, and it's done. You can do this using React use optimistic hook. But if you are using React query, this method is much easier. During the mutation, if it's pending, just show our data. And after revalidating our data, it's not going to be pending anymore. We are not going to see this comment. Instead, we are going to see our comment from this refresh data. So this is how we can update our data optimistically. So let's do the same thing for our actions. Again, we are going to be using mutation and optimistic update. So let's come back, close everything, and open our actions. Post menu actions. Firstly, we are going to need our post, of course. so we can check if we saved this post before or if it belongs to us or not. So let's open our single page and send here our post. It's gonna be data. Right now, I'm gonna check the owner of this post. If we are not the owner, we are not gonna see this button. To do that, we are gonna need our user information. I'll say const user, use user hook. And also I'm gonna get my token because we are gonna update our data, so we have to be authenticated first. So I will say use auth, get token. Let's import them. Clerk, Clerk React. Okay, so let's write our condition. I'll wrap this div and I'll say if there is a user and post.user.username equals user.username. Let's see. Okay, it's still here. Right now we are gonna fetch all our saved posts and we are gonna check this button. If we already saved this post, it's gonna be black. If we didn't save before, we are gonna see here only a border, not background. To do that, I'm gonna open my user route and I'm gonna add here two endpoints. Router.get, it's gonna be saved, and I will say get user saved posts. And one more, and it's gonna be patch, and I will say save. Save post. Basically, we are gonna update our user. Remember, inside the user model, we have the saved post array. We are just gonna update this field. We are not gonna touch the others. This is why we are using patch. So let's create them. I'll open my menu. Okay, we don't have our user controller. Let's create. And I'm gonna create my first function. Export const get user saved posts async. Let's get the request and response. And I'm gonna create one more, and it's gonna be save post. Let's import them. Just like that. Don't forget to add here JS. Firstly, to fetch our saved posts, we have to be authenticated. So I'll say const clerk ID. As we always do, request, auth, and user ID. If it doesn't exist, return response status for O1 and not authenticated message. Let's find our user. User model. Let's import. User model.js. Okay, right now we can find the user. Wait user.find1, and we are gonna pass here clerk user ID. And finally, response status 200 JSON, and we are just gonna need our saved posts. So I will say user.saved posts. Let's do the same thing here. We are gonna need our post ID, and it's gonna be inside our body. So let's check if it's saved before or not. const is saved. Let's check the saved posts. We are going to get each post and we are going to check if the ID equals our post ID. Because remember, inside this array, we are just storing our post IDs. And I will write here a condition. I'll say if it's not saved before, await user find by ID and update. We are going to pass here our user ID. And inside this object, we are going to write what we want to update. We are going to update our saved posts array and we are going to push inside our post ID. To do that, we are going to be using push, the field name, and what we want to push, the post ID. And I'll say else. If it's not saved before, I'll do the same thing, but this time it's going to be pull. Let's send our response. Status 200. If it's saved, post unsaved. If it's not, post saved. Okay, let's use them. I will come here, close this menu, and we are going to fetch data. So again, we can open our single page. Let's copy here. Import use query. Query key will be saved posts. We don't need here. And let's write our query function. Remember, we are going to use our token. Firstly, I'll say async const token await get token. And we are going to return Axios get request, our endpoint here with API URL, users, and save. What was that? Let's remember. Okay, saved. And finally, we can send our token. Remember how we are doing this. Headers, authorization, and our bearer token. Instead of data, let's use different name. I'll say saved posts. And let's see if we saved this post before or not. I'll say is saved posts dot data sum. We will check each post if it equals our post ID. I'm gonna give here question mark because we don't know if we are authenticated or not. If not, we are gonna return false. And let's use them. If it's pending, we can show here a loading text. I'll say if it's pending, loading. If there's an error, fetching failed. And if it's not, we are going to return our div. Of course, here is going to be question mark again. And let's write here our condition. I'll say fill. If it's saved, it's going to be black. If it's not, it's going to be transparent. Let's see. Okay, it's still loading. There must be something wrong. Saved. Users and saved. Our token is here. Of course, it's going to be Clerk user ID, not Clerk ID. And right now, as you can see, we just have here a border. Right now, when I click on this button, we are going to call our mutation and update our user. And we can do the same thing for delete. Actually, let's do this first, because when we delete our post, we are just going to be redirected to home page. We will not change anything here. So let's come back. And here I'll say const delete mutation, use mutation hook. Let's remember again, that comes from 10 stack React query. And inside, we are going to create our mutation function. It's going to be async again. We'll be using our token. Return axios.delete function. Let's pass here our endpoint. I will just copy here. This time it's going to be posts and the post ID here. Post.id. Again, I'm going to send my header. Just like that. And if everything is okay, if it's successful, we are going to be using a notification. Let's say success message. And post deleted successfully. And we are going to be using use navigate hook. Const navigate, use navigate from React Router DOM. And we are going to be redirected to home page. And if there is an error, again, a notification, but this time it's going to be an error. And let's directly send our error message. I'll get the error here. Error.response.data. Let's create here our delete function. I'll say const handle delete. When we click on our button, we are going to call this function. And I will say delete mutation.mutate. Okay, let's use it. I'll find my div. And I will say on click event handle delete. And after this span, I can write my loading text. I'll say delete mutation is pending. Create here a span. And let's say in progress. And I'm going to give a class name here. Text will be xml. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna delete not authenticated. I forgot await here. Let's do this again. As you can see, post deleted and our loading text was there in progress. Okay, it works. Let's try to visit. As you can see, post not found. Okay, it was easy. So let's take care of this save post. Again, I'm gonna create another mutation and it's gonna be save mutation. Endpoint will be users and save. And remember, we are gonna need post ID and it should be inside the body. So I'm gonna pass it here. Post ID will be post.id. And if it's successful, we are gonna invalidate our saved post query. So let's remove them and let's say query client. Of course, we don't have yet. Let's create const query client, use query client. I'll say invalidate queries and the query key will be saved posts. And if there's an error, again, we are going to show a notification. Let's create handle save. But before, we are going to check if we are authenticated or not. If there is no user, return, navigate, and the login page. If we are not authenticated, we are still gonna see this button, but when we click, it's gonna open the login page. So let's use it. I'll say on click, handle save. Of course, I forgot to change here. Save mutation, and here is gonna be patch. Let me check again if everything is okay. Use query client. Okay, let's check. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, our post is saved. If I refresh the page, you are gonna see that it's still black. But what if our connection is too slow? Let's create here set timeout. It's gonna take 3 seconds. I'm gonna move this response here. And if I click on this button, as you can see, it takes 3 seconds to update. So what we are gonna do is, we are gonna optimistically update our state first, as we did for our comments. So as soon as I click on this button, I'm gonna reverse this button and write here in progress. And after the actual data, we are gonna remove that optimistic state. Let's do that. Remember how we are doing this. Let's open our action. I will come here and let's say save mutation. If it's pending, create here a span and write in progress. Again, text will be x small. And right now I'm gonna write here one more condition. I'll say if save mutation dot is pending. If it's saved, we are gonna write the opposite. This time it's gonna be none. If it's not, it's gonna be black. If it's not pending, we are gonna write our normal state. Let's see, I'm gonna click, as you can see, in progress, and we changed here. And after 3 seconds, it's gone. And this is much easier than React use optimistic hook. Use query library makes everything much easier. So right now I want to add one more feature. We can add a user role. To do that, we are gonna add a role metadata inside our user session. It can be an admin or a normal user. To do that, I'm gonna open my dashboard, choose here sessions, and customize session token. So basically, we are gonna store our role inside the session token. So whenever we call our user information using this hook, we'll be able to get the user role. To do that, I'm gonna choose here public metadata, but before, let's write here a name. It's gonna be metadata, and I'm gonna choose public metadata. We are using public metadata because we are using a React application and we should be able to see it on the client side. Okay, let's save. And right now I'm gonna find my users. Let's create a new user. I'll say admin. Username admin, password admin. I'm gonna ignore all the validation because it's too short. I'm gonna create. Of course, password is too weak, but it's just a test. I'm gonna choose my user, scroll down, and I'm gonna give my user metadata. As you can see, public is here. Let's choose. And I will say role and admin. So let's log in as an admin. I will sign out and log in again. Clerk's security rules don't allow us to use this short password. Let's update here. I'll say sign out. Okay, so let's choose a story here and try to get our user role. I will come back and write here my role validation. So let's say const is admin. We are gonna use our user, public metadata, role, and we are gonna check if it's admin or not. If there is no user, we are gonna return false. And right now we can use this condition here. If you remember, we can delete our post only if the username equals our username. And right now I'm gonna write one more condition. I'll say if usernames are the same or if the user is an admin. So let's come back, and as you can see, this is not our user, but we can see this button and we can delete our post right now. But we have to verify our role in the backend also. So let's come back, open our post route, the delete post function, and we are gonna have here one more condition. We are gonna check if we are the admin or not. Const role request auth and session claims metadata dot role. Of course, if it exists. So it's gonna be admin or a normal user. And before checking our user here, we can directly delete our post. So I will say if the role equals admin, that means we don't have to check the user. We can directly delete our post. So I will say await post find by ID and delete. So we don't have to check our user here. And I'm just gonna pass here request params ID. And let's return this response. So I'm gonna copy this and do the same thing for the comments. When we want to delete, we are gonna check our role. If it's admin, comment, find by ID and delete, and comment has been deleted. Of course, we should say return, otherwise it's gonna try to run other codes. Okay, let's try to delete. I'm gonna click here and it's gone. Okay, it works. What about our comments? I'll say test, send, and let's add here a delete button. I'm gonna close everything here, open my comments component. Actually, we are gonna need a single comment. And after this date, let's say if there is a user, by the way, let's get our user and get token. Just like that. And I will do exactly the same thing here. If the comment.user username equals our username, or if the role is admin, let's get our role, user public metadata, role, and let's create here our span. And I'll say delete. Text xml. I'm gonna change the color. It's gonna be red. And when we hover over, it's gonna be darker. Let's say 500. And cursor will be pointer. And when we click on this button, we are going to call our mutation. Let's create. I will come here. Let's copy this. Import use mutation. We'll get the token. We don't need any data here. Comments. Here is going to be comment ID. It's going to be a delete method. Let's remove this data. And let's use our notification. Success message. Comment deleted successfully. And we are going to revalidate our comments. Remember, our key is comments and post ID. I'm going to save, and let's use this mutation. Mutation.mutate. And let's write here, if mutation dot is pending, right here in progress. Actually, I can move this here. Let's say another span. Just like that. Okay, let's see. Query client is not defined. And also we didn't import host. Let's import this. Axios and query client. I will scroll down. As you can see, delete button is here. When I click, in progress, but it's still here. And we didn't see any notification. I'm gonna refresh my page. Okay, it's gone. Of course, we don't have our post ID. Let's take this from the parent. Post ID will be, let me check if we are using post or data. Okay, it's data. Data.id. Let's get this. I'm gonna refresh, write a comment. It's here. Let's delete. And it's gone. But again, it's not revalidating our data. If I refresh the page, we are not gonna see it, but it should remove from there. Comments, post ID. Oh, this is our comments. What am I doing? It should be post ID, of course. I just thought this is the post page, but this is our comments component. We are just fetching comments here, and our post ID is here. Let's try one more time. I'll delete, and it's gone. Okay, this is what we want. And one more thing here, I'm gonna add one more action. If we are the admin, we'll be able to feature this post. Let's create our button. I'll open my actions again. Before this delete button, I'll say if it's admin, create here a div, and inside I'm gonna paste my SVG, and after a span, and let's say feature this post. Let's see. Okay, it's here. Let's give our style. It's gonna be exactly the same. Just like that. And let's create our endpoint. I'll open my post route and create one more route here. It's gonna be patch, feature, and let's say feature post. Let's copy this, paste here, and let's create this function. I will come here, inside controller. Let's create one more route. I'm just gonna duplicate this, and it's gonna be feature post. Again, we are gonna check our user. If it's admin, we are gonna feature our post. But actually, let's say if it's not admin, we are gonna return an error. And let's say you cannot feature posts. And if it's an admin, we don't need this user. Let's actually delete everything. And we are gonna find our post first. And we are gonna check if it's featured before or not. Const post await find by ID. Okay, we don't have post ID. Let's create. I will say const post ID request body and post ID. Okay, after finding our post, let's write here a condition. If it doesn't exist, 404 post not found. And we are going to check if it's featured before or not. Post dot is featured. And using this value, we can update our post. I'll say const updated post await find by ID and update. We are going to pass here our post ID. And is featured will be the opposite of is featured. And we are going to return the new version of our post. I mean the updated version. So I'm going to say new true. Of course, it should be after our fields here. Right now, we can return our updated post. So if we featured this before, we are going to delete. If not, we are going to feature. So let's use it. Posts, patch function, and feature. I will come here, create one more mutation. Just like that. And let's say feature mutation. Patch, posts, feature. We are going to pass our post ID again, the token. If it's successful, we are going to update our post, single post. Remember, we need to write here the post slack. And if there is an error, we are going to show this notification. Let's create one more handler. And let's use it on our button here. And let's do exactly the same thing here. I'm going to copy this, paste here. If feature mutation is pending, it's going to show in progress. And we are going to change our path color. So let's say fill. If post is featured, it's going to be black. If not, it's going to be none. Of course, if we are waiting, we are going to optimistically update. So let's write the opposite here. It's going to be black. Here is going to be none. And let's see. I'm going to click and perfect. But this text is too long. Let's say feature. Okay, it's much better right now. Right now our post is featured. As you can see, it's still black. So right now we finished our mutations. So let's take care of our post list page. When we click on any category here, we are going to fetch the data using this category. And also when we search anything, we are going to update our query again. And we are going to add here search query, just like that. And also we have some filters here. When we click any of them, we are going to add here sort query, and it's going to be, let's say, newest. And using all these queries, we are going to fetch our data. So let's come here, close everything, and open my post list page. And inside, we have the post list component, and we are fetching our data here. Right now, I'm going to get my search params. To do that, we are going to be using use search params hook. I'll say const search params, set search params, use search params hook. That comes from React Router DOM. And right now, I'm going to pass my params here. So we are going to get this inside the fetch function and send it as a param. But we cannot send it directly. Firstly, we should create our search object. I'll say search params object from entries. And I'm going to pass here all my search params. Let's pass it here and let's see what we have inside. I will say console log, our object. Let's comment this out for now. I will open my console. Of course, we cannot fetch our data. But inside this object, as you can see, we have category and web design. If I add one more thing here, let's say test value. And as you can see, it's here. So we can use them in our backend. Let's take this back, open our controller. And right now, when we fetch our posts, we are going to get our queries. Let's create here a query so we can store everything inside. Firstly, we are going to have the category request query.category. What else we can have? Of course, there is an error because our backend application crashed. Let's come back and comment this out. As you realize, we have the user here. So when we click on this text, we are going to show our category page, posts, and we are going to add here our username. Let's say author. So we will fetch all the posts belong to this user. Let's open and say author. What else? We have the search input. Let's say search query, sort query, and featured posts. Because in the home page we have the featured posts, and you can directly get all your queries like request.query. But in this case, if user writes here anything else, like premium for example, or whatever it might be, we are going to use this query and fetch all the posts. To prevent this, we are creating here a query object and writing all our queries one by one. So let's assign our queries here inside this object. I'll say if there is a category, query.category will be our category. If you open our model, Let's move this here. So basically, this name should be inside our model here. I'll say if we have a search query, query and title will be, I'm going to be using here regex because I'll try to find all the titles that includes this search query. So I'll say regex search query, and I'm going to give here my option, and it's going to be insensitive. So it doesn't matter if we write uppercase or lowercase, it's going to search for this word. Okay. So if we have the author, remember it's going to be a username. Firstly, we are going to find our user because we are going to need the ID. So I will say await user, find one. Do we have user or not? Okay, it's here. And we are going to pass here the username, and it's going to be author. And we are just going to need our ID. So I will say select underscore ID. So it's not going to fetch unnecessary information. Let's write a condition here. If there is no user, return response 404 and no post found. And finally, query.user will be user.id here. And after that, let's take care of our sort query. If there is a sort query, we are going to have 4 options. Newest, most popular, trending, and oldest. Since we have certain options, we can use here switch case. I'll say sort query. If it's newest, let's write the others. If it's oldest, popular, and trending. If it's the newest, we are going to use the sort method. For example, for the newest post, the sort will be created at time -1. Of course, inside an object. If it's oldest, it's going to be 1. If it's the most popular, we are going to check the visit number. It's going to be 1. And if it's trending, again, we are going to get the most popular posts, but we are going to have a time limit. The created at time will be, let's say, in just 7 days. So we are going to fetch the latest most popular posts. But how we are going to use this object for each condition? To do that, let's create here an object. Sort object. By default, the created at date will be -1. So it's going to return the latest posts. If it's newest, again, it's going to be created at. If it's oldest, it's going to be 1. Visit. And also, we are going to change our query. And the created at date will be less than last week. So I will say the date will be greater than new date. And let's write here the previous week's date. New date, get time, and I'll say 7th day multiplied by hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. And that's all, I think. Right now we can use it here. And we are going to pass our query here. I'm going to save. Let's see. I'll open my home page. Okay, all our posts are here. Let's choose development. Okay, it still shows all our posts. To prevent this, I'll open my post list page and post list. And when we fetch our data, we are going to fetch it when search params changes. I'm going to transform this into a string. So whenever here changes, it's going to refetch our data. Let's try again. I'm going to refresh. All our posts are here. I'm going to choose development. And as you can see, we have 2 posts, but they are marketing, not development. Let's come here and check. Category. Let's see our query. I'm going to refresh. Okay, it sends search params object and category. There is something wrong here. I'll open post list. Because we pass here an array, I'm gonna destructure this. If I refresh, as you can see, it's development. And category is here. Okay. So if I write here author test, let's actually update our postcard. I'll open post list item. I will copy here for this username. We are going to open the posts list and the author will be post.user.username. So when I click here, it's going to fetch all these users' posts. Okay. So let's take care of our search input here. If you remember, we have the search component. So whenever I write something here and press enter, we are going to update our search params. But there is something important here. We have also search on the home page. If we are on the home page and enter our input, we are going to open up the posts page and update our search param. But if we are on the posts page, we are just going to update here. To do that, we are going to be using useLocation hook. useLocation, that comes from React Router DOM. And also we are going to need useNavigate hook. Let's call our search params. Use search params hook. And right now I'm going to write here onKeyDone event. Because when we press enter, we are going to update our params. By the way, let's close here. And I'll say handle key press. Let's create here event. And I will say if the event.key equals enter, we can update our query. Let's say const query event target dot value. So basically we are going to store whatever we write inside this input here. And I will say if the location dot path name equals posts. So if we are on the posts page, we are just going to update our query. If we are not, firstly, we are going to open the posts page and after we are going to update here. So let's say set search params. Again, let's say object from entries, search params. So we are not going to change anything, but additionally, we are going to add the search query. So if we have here author or category or whatever it might be, we are not going to change here. It can stay here, but we are going to add the search query. Just like that. And I'll say else if we are in the home page or single page, we are gonna navigate our users to the posts page, and we are gonna write here search. Let's fix here path name. So let's try. I'm gonna write anything here and enter, and as you can see, search params. But if we are on the home page and let's say story, okay, it doesn't work. Home page. Where is our categories? Okay, here. Oh, we didn't call our search component here. Let's call search. Okay, it's exactly the same. I'll say story, enter, and as you can see, posts page and search input. By the way, there's still 2 items, and it's because our limit is 2 items. We cannot scroll and load other items. Let's change our limit. Of course, in a real-world application, it should be something like 10 posts. Just like that. Let's search for this one. I'm gonna write here 7, or let's search here. Just like that. Okay, it works. Let's come back and change our filters. Whenever I click on an item here, again, I'm gonna update my search params. So let's close everything here, open our side menu. And as you realize, we have name for each input and its sort. And we have the values here. So let's write on change event for each input here. I'm gonna select this and choose all my inputs and write here on change event. And let's say handle filter change. Let's create handle filter change event, and let's import our search params. Set search params. Use search params hook. Okay. Set search params. Again, object from entries, search params, entries. After destructuring this, I'm gonna change my sort value, and it's gonna be event target and value. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, it's here. But there is something important. Even if I click here again, it's gonna re-render my component. To prevent this, I'm gonna write here a condition. I'll say if search params.get sort is not our value, change the search param. If it's already same value, it's not gonna change. Okay, let's see. Firstly, I'm gonna create a new post. Let's say newest post. I'm gonna send. Let's come here, open our posts page. I'm not gonna give any query, and it should be here by default. Let's open our controller. Okay, it's -1. Sort query or object. Okay, it's object. We are not using ESLint or TypeScript, but this is why we don't have here any warning. we are using for the React application, but not our Express app. But anyway, let's see. And it's here. If I choose oldest, okay, it's not here. Oh, what did I do here? I think I need a break. I make a lot of mistakes. Okay, we are gonna get the search params, the sort value, and we are gonna compare them. If they are not equal, we are gonna change here. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Let's choose, and perfect. It works. Most popular. And nothing is changing because when we open any single post here, we are not changing the visit number. Let's do that. Inside the post controller, single post function, here get post. Instead of find, we can update our post, but it's a GET request. If you want to, let's create a middleware so you can learn how to intercept requests using middlewares. I will say increase visit. Let's create our function, increase visit. We are going to get our post model from models and post model. It's going to be an async function, request, response, but this time I'm going to add here next because it's a middleware. And we are going to run this middleware when we call our get request. So we can get this Slack. So I will say const Slack request param Slack. And I will say await post model point one and update. I'm going to write the condition. The Slack will be this Slack. And we are going to increase the number of our visit field. So I will say increase and the field name. And we are just going to increase 1. Okay. And after that, I'm going to write here next. You are going to understand this right now. Just wait. I'll open my post route. And whenever we make this request, we are going to call increase visit middleware. Of course, I should export this first. Increase visit. Just like that. So basically, when we make the request, it's going to run our middleware. And after increasing our visit number, it's going to run the next function, which is get post. So it's going to fetch the post and send it as a response. Of course, you don't have to use this middleware. You can directly update your post and send it here, but I just wanted to show you how to use middlewares. Okay. So let's come here, refresh our page, come back, and most popular is story 5. If I come here, hard to refresh my page, because if you come back and open the story again, React query is going to use the cached version. I'm just going to hard refresh again. And if I come back, you can see that most popular one is story 6. Okay, it works. If I say trending again, it's going to be 6 because it's not older than 7 days. And one more thing here. If I click development, as you can see, it removes my sorting filter. To prevent this, let's open our side menu. And instead of links, let's remove them. I'll say cursor pointer because I'm going to change my links. They are going to be spans. And whenever we click on these spans, we are going to call a function called handle category change and pass here our category name. It's going to be general, web design, and others. Let's create this function. Handle category change. And again, I will say if we have the category and if it equals our category name, we are not going to do anything. But if it's not, we are going to set our params. The category will be our category. Okay. There's a mistake here. Let's fix. So let's come back. Sort is trending. And if I say development, as you can see, it's not changing our filter. Okay, perfect. So one more thing. On the home page, we are going to fetch our featured posts. So let's open our controller again. And I will say if featured query dot is featured will be true. Remember, we take this from our request query. So we are going to pass it here. In this case, in the featured posts, we are going to make a fetch request. Let's open our single post. Copy this fetch function, paste here. We don't need any slack. I'll say Axios posts, and I'm going to say featured. And also, we are going to get only 4 items, just like that. And I will say sort newest. So let's create our query function and these status conditions. I'm going to import use query. Query key will be featured posts. Just like that. If it's pending, if there's an error, and remember, it returns posts and has more. Let's get our posts. I'll say const posts data.posts. So I'll say if there is no posts or the length is 0, I will say return. So we are not going to see our component. It's not going to be visible. But if we have, we are going to show them here. Since we have only 4 items, let's directly use them here. I'll say posts first item, and if there's an image, use it here. The category created at date. Of course, we are going to be using format. And here is going to be title. Let's change here. It's going to be post Slack. Okay, it's here. We don't have any image. What about here? I'm going to choose the first item, this one. I'm going to wrap this div, and I will write a condition. And I will say if the second item exists. So I will say if there's an image, use it here. Category, date, title, and Slack. Let's actually copy this, paste for the third in total. I'm just gonna change here. And I will do the same thing for the last item here. Okay, as you can see, we have just one post. Let's open this and feature. Let's come back, and as you can see, it's here. Let's do two more. And perfect. Of course, it looks a little bit weird because we don't have any image, but anyway, it works. So we finished our project. You know how to fetch data, how to use infinite scroll, how to mutate data, use optimistic state, search queries, filters, categories. So right now we can deploy our application. Firstly, I will push my applications to GitHub because we will clone our repositories to server. To do that, I will open my console. Let's start with the React application. Remember, our folder is client, cd client, and now we can push our application. But before, make sure that your env file is inside git ignore file because we don't want to expose our secret keys. So I will come here and say .env and I'm gonna save. I'm gonna be using this GitHub repository. So let's copy this. Of course, you should create your own repository. I'll come back and I'll say git init. I'll add all the folders and files. Git add. I'm gonna choose everything. Let's commit. You can write here any message. Let's check again. As you can see, our env is not here. So let's add our repository here. Git remote add origin my repository.git. And right now I can push my changes. Origin master. Actually, we are not using master anymore. Let's say main. And it's ready. Let's refresh the page. Okay. So let's do the same thing for our API. I created another repository. Let's use, I'm gonna copy cd API, or what was the name? Okay, backend. And again, I'm gonna create my git ignore file and add here .env. This is important, don't forget that. And of course, we don't want to add our node modules. Git ignore and node modules. Because after cloning our application to the server, we are going to install them from scratch. So we don't need this. So let's do the same thing here. Git init. Add everything. Commit. Let's check again. Okay. I'm going to connect to my repository. and I'm gonna push. Let's check. I'll refresh, and they are here. Okay, right now we are ready to deploy our application. To do that, I'm gonna open my VPS dashboard, and I'm gonna create my applications. I'll come here, open my panel. Let's enter our username and password. Remember, when we installed our VPS, we created a password. So I'll say admin and my password. And right now we can create our applications. I'm gonna add site. It will be a Node.js application. I'll write here my domain, blog API.lamadev. We are gonna run our application on this port number. And this is our username. We are gonna use it later. I'm gonna create. And now we can install our SSL certificate. So we can use HTTPS connection. I'll come here, actions, and new certificate. It's gonna add our domain here. But before doing this, make sure that you added your IP address to domain. This is our server IP. Go to your domain settings and add this IP address to your domain DNS. After that, you can install SSL. And it's ready. Right now we can use HTTPS connection. Let's do the same thing for our React application. Node.js. I'll write my domain, blog client. I'll change my port and create my website. Let's create SSL again. Okay, it's ready. Right now, we are ready to connect to our VPS. The best way to do that is create an SSH key. Basically, we will create a key on our computer and add that key to our server settings. I'm gonna come here, add SSH key, and right now I'll open my terminal and create a key. I'll use this command. I'll enter, and our key is ready. Let's copy this key using this command. By the way, you can find those commands in the GitHub repository. I'm gonna enter, and let's add it to our server. Just like that. I'll give a name. And as you can see, it's ready. Right now, I'm gonna copy my IP address and connect to my server. Let's clear here. I'll say SSH, root, and the IP address. I'll say yes. And we are connected. As you can see, this is our server. Let's clear. Right now, we can clone our projects. I want to start with the API. To do that, we are gonna need our username. Remember, on our dashboard, we have our websites and the usernames. Let's copy this. And I will say sudo su and the username. I will enter. I will open the main folder. Let's see what we have inside. We are gonna need this htdocs folder, cd, and our folder. And inside, as you can see, we have our website. I'm gonna copy this and open this folder. And right now, we are ready to clone our application. Let's get our URL, git clone URL, and I want to install everything inside this folder. So I will say dot and enter. Let's see. And all our files and folders are here. Let's install the dependencies, npm install. And now we have our libraries here. Let's clear. And let's add our env file. I'll say nano.env. And let's get our env file. I'll copy everything here, paste here, and I'm gonna change my client URL. It's gonna be https blog client lama.dev. And also we can update our webhook. Let's open our Clerk dashboard. Webhooks. And let's create our endpoint. Remember, it's inside webhooks and Clerk. I'll choose the user events and create. Right now we can get our secret key. Just like that. I'll exit using Ctrl X, yes, and enter. And now we can start our application. Remember how we were doing in our console? I'll say Node. I'll pass here my env file and index.js. Okay, our server is running, MongoDB is connected. This is because our Node.js version, don't worry about this. So I will come here, open my website, and as you can see, it works. We don't have any request for this endpoint. So if I say posts, as you can see, all our posts are here. So it works. But there is something important here. If I close my terminal, the application will be terminated. To prevent this, we are going to be using PM2. By the way, this is our console log. Let's terminate here using Ctrl+C, and I'm going to install PM2. npm install PM2 global. I will enter. Okay, it's installed. It basically allows us to run our applications permanently. So we are going to run our application once, and after that, even if we close this terminal or restart our server, it's going to keep running. But we cannot provide our env file just like this using PM2. To prevent this, let's install .env. And I'm going to add .env configuration to my index file. So let's say nano index. And I'm going to come here, import .env. And pass here my configuration. Just like that. And right now, PM2 can read our env file. I'm gonna save again, Ctrl X, Y, and enter. Let's clear here. And now I'll say PM2 start our index file. And I'm gonna give a name. Let's say API. And we'll be able to watch the changes. So I'll say watch and enter. And our application is working. I will come here and refresh, and as you can see, nothing has changed. And even if I terminate my connection, you are gonna see that our application is still working. Okay, perfect. So let's do exactly the same thing for the client. I'll come here, connect again, my IP, sudo su, and the username. This time is gonna be Lama blog client, cd main folder, hddocs. Let's see our website. It's here. Let's open up. And let's clone our project. I'll copy this. Git clone connection string URL dot and enter. Let's clear and see what we have inside. Okay, let's install our dependencies. npm install, but remember, we are using React 19. It's not stable yet, so I'll say flag. Let's see again. Okay, libraries are here. Right now, we can add our env file. Remember how we are doing this? nano.env. I will come here, copy my variables, and change this URL. This time it's going to be https blogapi.lama.dev. I'm going to save. And again, let's install PM2. And right now we are gonna build our application, and we are gonna build it on the production mode. To do that, I'll say node_env, and it's gonna be production, and I'll say npm run build. Okay, let's see right now. We have the build folder here. Right now, using this folder, we can start our application. So I'll say pm2 serve, because we are gonna serve a build folder. I'm gonna write here my folder name. You can write here any port number. Remember, we are using 5173. I'll give a name. Let's say client, watch, and enter. Okay, it's here. I'll say pm2 save. And let's see. I'll open my website, blog client, and it's here. This is exactly the same. Let's try to log in. By the way, we are still on development mode because I forgot adding here a production instance. So you can create a production instance, but in this case, you'll have to change your public and secret keys. It's gonna be exactly the same thing, so I don't wanna waste your time. Let's try to log in. Open one of our posts here. As you can see, we can delete this post because it belongs to this user, test. Let's try. I'm gonna delete. As you can see, it's gone. Let's try to save. And perfect. It works. I'll add a comment. It's here. So our application works as we expected. Let's try to search story. And awesome. Okay, it works. So we finished our project. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev's social media accounts. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.